problem.
Everything's frozen on our side too, like the Discord. Okay.
All right, it looks like we are now.
Again, I mean, Axe is kind of in the lead, but again, this is the similar thing we seen in the last match, that they just kind of didn't come together when it comes to the actual team fights. So we need to see that by Axe coming into this mid game here, Weezy. The next Lord is up. Who's gonna take it?
That's right. I mean, looking at Axe, look at the turrets, right? They haven't lost a single one so far. I mean, and they also need this victory. So they are off to a good start, but can they keep up this pressure? Yeah, they haven't taken the mid turret yet. That's going to be what, I think that's going to be the most interesting thing for us to kind of watch out for as we progress through this match. I mean, we're already 13 minutes in and it's still sitting strong. But you are going to go ahead and see this Lord now getting pulled by TNZ. It looks like they're going to work toward this objective. Now, do we see Axe Team contest this?
I would hope. I mean, they need to. It's going to be a rough time if they don't. But I mean, you can already see that Fimp's already initiating the split push potential here. So, looks like they might get collapsed on though.
That's right. Trying to wrap around TNZ, trying to shut him down. A turret will fall though. The mid lane does fall for Axe Team. In the middle of all that chaos, they were able to find an objective in favor for Flux Impunity, and now they have more of that map advantage that they were looking for. That's the first turret they've been able to claim within 14 minutes of this game. They've been stripped down to their inhibitor on the bottom side, and they also lost the turret on the top lane as well. So the map is bleeding red for Axe Team right now. But with that mid turret falling, it does give them a little bit of pressure when it comes to rotating around the map. But speaking of rotations, it looks like they are looking for the perfect engagement before this Lord play.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're still feeling out each other. They just want to get a play or a pick before something happens. But Azen is just so thick at this point. But a minnow set!
Whoa, puts him on a trampoline. Alien finds Boo-Ease. Look at the ring of orders. Sunshine is going to find Jay. That is two members falling, but Nano takes out Alien and Tinzy at the same time. Collateral damage. 2 for 1. I'll take that any day. And that is going to even out this trade for both sides.
Evened it out. I say it went to Team Axe here. They're the only one with a retry at this point, and the Lord being up. But Fimp wants to respond to this.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, though, because even though they don't have the retribution, they have their marksman who can definitely chip down. And look at Sunshine wrapping around. They may not. Nope, Lord has been reset. So, yeah, it was funny the way that played out. We don't have our retribution, but we have our marksman. You have your retribution, but you don't have your marksman. And that just shows the power of the ADC and the jungler and how vital of a role they play.
I don't think I've ever seen such impressive fights over a Lord and how like one-sided it can get, but then like lean back. I'm actually so surprised that Team Axe opted to back out, but they're gonna teleport in too late because the Lord's already slain.
And now, you know, that's utility off the table, and they got a snipe on their way out from Rosa. That's just insane on that accuracy, but looking at the item so far, right, the power spikes are kicking in. The golden staff, the demon hunter sword, and the corrosion scythe picked up by this carry. And to top that off, the wind of nature, which Beatrix does not have, which means if they come into the 1v1 engagement, yes, there's more physical damage for Beatrix, but and the Hoss clause is there, but there's a chance the carry could take her out.
This is looking like a straight replay from last game. They lost the first Lord, Fimp did. They took the second Lord, cleaned up all the towers, and ended it on this Lord. Let's see if they can, you know, go 2 for 2 here as they are trying to line up every lane here.
That's right. And Flux Impunity, I mean, they took game 1. If they take this one, they're sending Axe Team back home. The team from Saudi Arabia and Turkey trying to push it out with their team, trying to claim a seat in the semifinals today. Can they do it, though? I mean, there goes the mid lane push that we were kind of looking for, wondering when they were going to seize that opportunity, and they were able to claim it with ease right there. Now, I still think this is a back and forth game, though, but look at the power of Lu Yi Nanos. And that's something that is hard to kind of, oh my goodness. Whoa,
oh my
Alien
God.
going all in.
He
High
really...
risk, high reward, but very questionable on what caused him to want to do that. I mean, you're now down for the next 35 seconds and you gained nothing from diving in.
Severe rage against Loi. Constantly 3-3, and also Azen hasn't died yet, and I feel like that is something that they need to respond with. If they can shut down Azen, that, to be honest, Boo and Azen are the only people that are really on the team committing, other than 7M is definitely, you know, creating those commits. But again, we might see a collapse here onto this Phygital.
That's right. And speaking of collapsing, it may fall to the pressure of the 3-man stack. Speedy Light Will is going to hit him. He's going to dive back in, try and get some sustainability, but Sunshine, having other plans, is going to take him down. One member falling for Axe Team, but maybe more as they're going to engage in the mid lane. Business Rage dropping down. The Winter Trenchian and the diversion out. The Minoan Fury for the knockup. A little bit of time for the stun, allowing Sunshine to get a kill. Is going to take down 7M Dam. It's going to only leave 3 members for the side of Axe Team alive. That was a 2-for-none trade, as we are going to see this Luminous Lord spawn in.
Yeah, I mean, with the Lord spawning in, that was like the best play Fimp could have done. And this is what I was saying from the very beginning. It just looks like Fimp has better like team synergy versus Axe. They kind of lose it when it comes to the 5-man battle stage into the tournament here. So I mean, a Luminous Lord now secured, not as quick as last game, but I mean, I think they're going to end up cracking into Axe's base now.
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the game plan. Going to go ahead and manage these waves and push in, try and open up the base and possibly get a game winner right here, right? I mean, everything is on the line and they have insurance. Even if Flux Impunity somehow wasn't able to pull this off and they got taken down from Axe Team, they still have another shot for a game 3, but it's not the same story for Axe Team. If they lose here, they will be sent home, and you're already seeing some damage be dealt and slowly making their way to crack open the base. Can Flux Impunity close this out?
They're trying. I mean, they have a whole nother set of minions coming up behind, and it looks like almost perfect synchronization as everything's going to be hitting the towers all at once here. Imp wants to end it.
Right, definitely wants to end it. Are going to find 2 inhibitors and the third one as well. Nothing left standing. You're going to see the Lord very low, though. Minoan Fury drops down. Apex with the quad set. That is all they needed. But the Winter Trenchian is suppression, trying to sustain. Alien finds Jet. Sunshine finds Nanos. The base Crystal very low. Blue easy take down Alien. And what a play. Able to close it out. Flux Impunity out from Turkey is going to send Axe Team back home.
My God, hey, I mean, the carry kind of shined there at the end. Got a triple kill in the Lord. It was GG's. They did their best. Axe came out. They played, had a little bit of a hard game. They're just really losing it when it comes to the mid game. And I feel like they just need to learn from that experience and then, you know, come back stronger. But got to give it up to Fimp. An absolute monster of a team, knew how to control that mid to late game. And Rosa getting MVP there, it seems. 1-0 and 11. No deaths and just absolute amounts of assists.
Yeah, a beautiful game. It looked like it was going to be back and forth, but in the blink of an eye, once they were able to hit a lane, they were able to close it out with that Luminous Lord, and that is what they needed, right? So they are going to have a seat in the semifinals, and that is going to be the final game for the quarterfinals today. And now we're officially into the semifinals mark, as we are looking at the statistics on the board so far. I mean, you're looking at 86 per team fight participation from Rosa, just at the right place at the right time. No matter what was going on, you can always rely on the mid lane for Fireflux Impunity.
Man, I mean, the damage, 36% damage as a Navaria. I mean, insane. Constantly supporting the team, but also just dealing insane amounts of damage. So definitely, it was a good play. It was a good play. We didn't see too many Navarias, but when we do see them, they do shine.
They definitely shine. And speaking of shining, I mean, they have sunshine, right? on their team. But
so
as we are
you.
looking at the semifinals, that's right. Falcon Esports and Deus Vult will be going up against each other in the semifinals. And this will be Team Lilgun versus Fireflux Impunity as well. So this is going to be another best of 3. We are now officially into the semifinals that did close out the quarterfinals. And I got to say, both series were explosive. And it's only going to get harder for here as both these teams are climbing that ladder, trying to make their way into the grand finals to claim that trophy, the 9th Phygital Games.
Oh, exactly. And I got to say, like, these teams, like, now we're getting into the big leagues. I mean, some of these teams haven't taken a loss, you know. So we're going to be seeing maybe not as equal games as we were seeing in the quarterfinals here coming into the semifinals. But I mean, these teams earned their place in the semifinals. So again, they're still great teams, and I can't wait to see what they bring to the table against another pair of great teams.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely agreeing with you. I mean, we've been seeing the meta shifting, and the higher it gets, right, the higher elo it's going to be, which means even the slightest mistake can cost you an entire game. I mean, we're looking at Deus Vult, who had a pretty okay series against Team Hack, right? It was a 2-0 sweep. Fireflux Impunity was a 2-0 sweep as well. So both of them fresh off the board with 2-0 finishes for the quarterfinals. But the question is, what has Falcon Esports and Team Lilgun been doing behind the scenes to get ready? I'm sure they've been watching these games and taking notes, as we are now looking at the bracket for the playoffs. Quarterfinals is finished. Fireflux Impunity 2-0 takes down Axe Team. And then on the opposite side of the board, we did see Deus Vult move forward, taking down the team from Malaysia, Team Hack. And that is going to put us now into the semifinals in a best of 3 to see Team Lilgun go up against Fireflux Impunity and also Falcon Esports versus Deus Vult. And then the winner of both of those series move on to the grand finals. And then we'll also see the losers battle it out for 3rd place.
That's going to definitely be a good go. It's going to be a good go. I can't wait to see what they bring, you know. Falcon, I haven't seen for quite a while, but I've heard that they've been an absolute menace, so I want to see what they do. But give a big shout out to the MVP player of this series, Rosa, getting the 1-0 and 11, an absolute monster on this Navaria. Like I said, had that 36% damage, only 1 kill, but by dang, they did a good job at helping their team.
I feel like there's a lot of kill steals out there, you know? I mean, with that much damage, but nonetheless getting the job done, and Rosa just having a huge impact over there for Fireflux Impunity. Unstoppable. Just unstoppable and well-deserved.
Definitely a well-deserved MVP. I would have said that was an MVP as well. I love how,
I mean, and you know, it's funny. That was the first Navarre we've seen today.
Yeah, and you notice like how all MVPs never have boots.
That's right. They're out there with just socks on.
Just running around barefooted. But up next, we do have Falcon versus Deus Vult. So I want to see, again, what they're going to be bringing. Weezy over there flexing on the teams. And I can't wait to see Falcon. I'm a huge Falcon fan. I actually have one of their jerseys. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. And Deus Vult, you know, having a great series so far for the quarterfinals. Can they keep up that momentum? And we haven't seen Falcon play today. This is going to be their first matches today live on stream. So we'll be able to see what were they doing in the background while Deus Vult was fighting it out in the quarterfinals up against Team Hack, right? So I do know Falcon is a very, very hard team to take down, right? I mean, they kind of replaced Team Phoenix. They've been battling it out over there in their respective region. And to see them here today definitely shows you that they're ready to fight, right? They're ready to kind of claim victorious. And that's why they were sitting in the semifinals, because they had an amazing group stage. But the grit and the hunger is there for Deus Vult, right? They had to fight it out. They didn't have the easiest group stage, but they made up for it in the quarterfinals, and here we are. Now the question is, how will they respond to Falcon Esports? Can they take them down? It's another best of 3, so the same pressure and the same rules apply here. The question is who can pull it off a little bit smoother.
No, exactly. And I that's what I want to see, you know? I want to see what Falcon brings to the table, and I want to see what Deus Vult brings to the table. Kind of looking at our remaining schedule for the day. We've already seen the first series, which is Deus Vult versus Team Hawk 2-0. Deus Vult moves on to versus Falcon Esports later. Again, Axe versus Fireflux Impunity 0-2. Fireflux Impunity moving on. 8:30 UTC +3. Falcon Esports versus Deus Vult. And then moving on to 2000 UTC +3, Team Lilgun versus Fireflux Impunity. It's going to be a good night. I can't wait to see what they pull through.
Yeah, you and me both. I mean, the only other thing that I really want to see outside of these explosive matches is what's going on with this Angela, man. And, you know, we got to see this Angela. So hopefully we see that get slotted in. But guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you for the semifinals, Falcon Esports versus Deus Vult. See you guys soon.
Оп. Доброе утро. Это команда Deus Vult, и этот день вы проведете сегодня с нами. Ну а мы пойдем завтракать.
Знакомьтесь, это мой творческий беспорядок, точнее наш скелетом творческий беспорядок. Так, это магистр. В этой команде уже как год. Моя позиция в этой команде лесник. Визеряо. Игровой никнейм Визер. Зовут Данил Шнайдер. В этой команде голда. Это Станислав Решняк. Игровой никнейм Савоч. Капитан нашей команды. Это Сансетик. Зовут Кимран Качкаров. Можно просто Кимран. Игровой никнейм Sunflower. Это Келетик. Зовут Вячеслав Гаврилин. Играет на XP в этой команде.
Немного не пошло, немного друг друга не послушали. Сейчас мы приедем, будем опять делать какие-то выводы, тренироваться дальше и пытаться побеждать.
Старт дан!
Всем доброе утро. Это команда Deus Vult.
Hello guys, I'm Coach Pakbet from Team X.
Hi guys, Lilgun.
And we're gonna play something.
We will start play a game soon.
И сегодня мы будем принимать участие в челлендже.
Start now.
Правила челленджа. Мы ввели искусственному интеллекту историю персонажей из игры. Он же сгенерировал портреты по описанию. Участникам нужно отгадать, кого из персонажей имел в виду искусственный интеллект.
3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
Акай летит.
Не, ну вообще это нейросеть. У тебя кроме Акай есть варианты?
Чухан.
Нет. Мы думаем, что это Акай?
Да.
Акай, я.
Akai.
Акай. Акай.
Kagura. I know it.
Кагура.
Это Кагура.
Еще подумай, куда ж ты спешишь, я не понимаю. Ну, с зонтиком. Какие персонажи есть с зонтиком в MLBB? Ну, какая-то анимешка одинокая.
Kimi. Oh my god.
Нет.
Кими?
This Kimi?
No.
Кими тут точно не отгадывалась никогда.
Moon Elf. The elf one is Mia.
Mia. It's not Mia, right? Elf. Not Rafaela too.
It's a Nana. Okay.
Nana. Oh, Nana is in elf. Yeah, in the forest.
Да, подумать, я бы до Нана через 2 секунды догадался.
No eyes.
No ice. Wait, who's no ice in the MLB? I only know that Pasa is no ice, but the
That's a fighter, I think.
the fighter.
А кого еще глаз нету?
Я знаю только Фашу.
Ийм шарус гэж жижиг нөхөрч. Жой. Гөөгөө эрттэй хаас тий. Харин тэгээд жой ч эрттэй юм. Жой эмхтэй юм.
What do you think? That's all I think in the picture.
Yeah.
Фогис. А
Он с глазами? Я не знаю. Я не помню. Ой-ой-ой.
Kadita.
Kadita.
Ano?
Пакет.
Пакет, да, пакетом.
Пакито. Или чао. Бакиту.
Ну, а кто у нас еще из скачков есть?
Чухан. Ну,
Ну, это может быть Чухан. Почему бы это не Чухан?
у него выражение лица же другое, нет? У Чухана типа.
Это по истории рандомная картинка.
Ну, у него не было перчаток боксерских. Не за пакетом.
За бидрийг үзэж байгаа хүн болгондоо баярлалаа. Тэгээд биднийг дэмжээрэй. Бид бүхэн чадхаараа хичээх болно. Лилgun.
Читайте историю персонажей, вдруг попадете на подобный челлендж и будете отгадывать 10 из 10.
100%.
Thank you for watching and I hope you enjoy this game and bye.
February 2024. Russia presents, for the first time in history, an innovative international sporting event, Games of the Future. A cross-border tournament that combines physical and digital dimensions, bringing together sports, esports, and advanced technologies. Teams from every corner of the world will gather to compete across physical and digital challenges, each seeking glory and the chance to take home a portion of the impressive prize pool. Established by presidential decree and supported by top government officials the world over, this is the birth of the sporting future. For the first time, the physical and digital worlds will be woven together to create a new era of digital sports. With one core mission, the promotion and development of a well-balanced individual. Digital gameplay enhanced by the energy of the crowd. You no longer need to choose between a ball or a gamepad. Here, the winners are crowned by achieving the best overall score across both traditional sports and digital gameplay. Games of the Future consists of 5 tournament clusters called Challenges. Sports Challenge, combining a selection of traditional sports disciplines with their video game counterparts, featuring Phygital knockout competitions where athletes must show their hybrid skills across both the digital and physical fields to play. Tactical Challenge, a contest in which athletes must demonstrate their team gameplay in tactical combat esports and show off their physical skills in a modern laser tag competition. Battle Challenge. An array of esports teams compete in popular strategy games, all hoping for a place in the giant live stadium final. Speedrun Challenge. Pitting competitors against one another in a classic speedrun video game, as well as a real-world obstacle course. Technical Challenge. Athletes compete across an array of high-tech device-led sports, including robot battles, drone racing, cyber-athletics, and virtual reality games. This groundbreaking first-of-its-kind sports event will unite competitors and fans, offer up a new generation of sporting heroes, and provide an entirely new, emotionally driven audience experience. Millions of people around the world will become a part of Games of the Future movement by following live streams across digital and streaming platforms and attending live events. The inaugural Games of the Future will be held in February 2024. The host of the first games, Kazan, will greet thousands of athletes and teams from more than 100 countries. The taste of victory. New sporting heroes. Boundless emotion. And open to every country of the world. By uniting sports and technology, we unite the world. Games of the Future. Made in Russia for generations to come.
карты. Mobile Legends своим там была действительно борьба.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Phygital Games number 9. We finally made it into the semifinals. Quarterfinals has officially been closed out, and now on to the first series for the semifinals. We are going to be seeing Falcon Esports, who claim their seat here from having an amazing performance in the group stage, going up against Deus Vult, who had to kind of work their way up that ladder, right? They didn't have the best performance in the group stage. It was 1-1 for them. But nonetheless, they were able to push forward, able to take down Team Hack, and here they are inside of the semifinals. This is going to be a best of 3, and whoever moves forward for here will have their seat in the grand finals, one step closer to being able to be the champion and claim the 9th trophy for the Phygital Games.
Yeah, and building off of what Weezy said, you can kind of see the playoff brackets here. Of course, we're going to be starting with Falcon Esports versus Deus Vult. And then moving on after that will be Team Lilgun versus Flux Impunity. Both best out of 3. Some amazing semifinal matches coming up next. Whoever loses in these 2 matches does go to the 3rd place spot to fight for that 3rd place.
That's right, putting everything on the line, going for that grand title, and there can only be one winner in this, so we'll be able to see exactly where these teams are standing today. I mean, this is going to be the first time Falcon Esports has stepped into the scene since the stream has started, since they did have that seat inside of the semifinals for having that amazing group stage performance. So are they warmed up? Are they ready? Because Deus Vult, they got their warm up against Team Hack, and they did a really good job on the execution. It was a little lacking in the early game in the first match that we watched, but they were able to turn it around toward that mid to late. And then the second game against Team Hack, they dominated. It was a one-sided story, and I think that was just the little bit of the light switch they were looking to turn on. And the question is that light still on for them as they're jumping into a brand new series? And also, we get to see what has Falcon Esports been doing to prepare for this event as well. Like, I know they're possibly watching the game and doing some research and may have a possible plan to kind of contest them, but we know regardless of what happens, it's going to be a great show between these 2 teams fighting it out in the semifinals.
Most definitely. And I do have to say that a lot of Falcon, they're a pretty new lineup to the show from what I've seen from previously from the M4. So I kind of want to see how this new Falcon flies, to foresay. And let's see if the Deus Volts have what it takes. They look like Knights, so let's see if the Knights can clip the Falcons, or can the Falcon take out a Knight?
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned Falcon Esports, right? That we did see them in M4, and also we didn't get to see them in MSC. They got replaced by Phoenix, who just had a better series when it came to the MPL out there for their region. And so Falcon Esports coming back, this is where they're going to have their spotlight to shine this year. I guess this is really like one of the second, I believe, international tournament that they've ran this year. So I definitely want to see how much they've developed since we've seen them in M4. Deus Vult, though, we can kind of attest for their skill set. I mean, we just casted a game over them our whole entire series, and I would say they're pretty solid, right? As long as they find a way for the early game, their mid to late game is strong, and they know how to close that out. So for Falcon Esports, I think possibly trying to provide pressure in the early game is how they're going to be able to take them down. But for Deus Vult, taking down Falcon Esports, I mean, they're a team of high caliber, right? They have the knowledge. They also have the coaching to be able to be a problem when left unchecked. So I'm expecting some high mechanics from both sides. But I think the most thing that I'm kind of looking forward to is the draft. Where does this go? I mean, we've been trying to manifest it into reality this entire show. Bring back the Angela. Let us see what's going on. Why is Angela the 100% ban rate over here for the Phygital Games? What did she do?
We want to see it. How's she going to bring her impact to the game? She's been played a couple times, but again, I mean, we're going against pretty big teams here, so I highly doubt that they're going to just let something that clutch you know, fly. No pun intended.
Fly. That's a bar. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, bro. I mean, it's definitely going to be a show. And as the stakes get higher, I mean, like we've kind of reiterated throughout the show, these are teams that have been preparing for this moment. And not only preparing, but they're in person fighting this out, which is a whole nother dynamic that comes into, you know, not only winning, but also playing through that pressure. You're right next to the enemy team, and you could definitely can see the frustration and also see the appraisal from them as, you know, you get your victories and your losses. But a best of 3, that's where it gets a little hard, right? Little room for error. We always say the first game is a freebie. If you can get the first game, your chances of winning the series, it just increases by so much. But if you lose that first game, that's when those nerves can kick in, you know, and you also can start second guessing decisions. Some teams thrive in that type of environment, but other teams kind of plummet. So I want to see exactly where this is going to go. I hope this will be the first best of 3 that goes all the way to a game 3 today.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, what I really want to see here is if the warm-up that Deus Vult had actually plays a major factor against Falcon. Or does Falcon, do they just bring a lot to the table and it's just a little bit too much for them? You know, I feel like that's going to be the deciding factor here. I mean, Falcon hasn't taken a loss yet. What can you do to make them take a loss?
Yeah, I mean, me and you definitely asking the same questions, right? I mean, hopefully with this game, I mean, right when we started the show, right, we had a game 1 that literally lasted like over 32 minutes. With the new emblem system out, that's not something you really see anymore. I mean, that's like old emblems, right? Old emblems, we were seeing like 25, 30-minute games on average. But now a lot of these games can finish within like 15 minutes, especially out for us, you know, when we cast in North America. That's how fast our matches are. They're usually like a 15-minute game. But something that me and you both have been admiring, especially with the last series that we just watched, was how patient these teams were. Their focus on objectives. Some of the cleanest Lord plays we had ever seen. I mean, we saw a play where the jungler was down for one side, but the marksman was down for the other, and somehow they were still able to have just some great clashes, and neither side was able to take that objective, just making the most of who was on the playing field at every given moment. And I think that's something that we have to give credit out to every team out here competing in the Phygital Games. It's definitely next level.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, a lot of these teams, they just don't make those crazy bold plays that we always see people make in North America. And I feel like that's kind of what sets us apart, is because those bold plays can definitely make it or break it when it comes to team fights or Lord takes. Sometimes a lot of our teams in North America are just so brave to fully push that Lord up instead of resetting it and trying to get another angle, you know. Versus I see the strategies, I see the technique that a lot of these teams bring to the table, and it's great to see, because it's something that we just don't get to see on an average basis. And I can only imagine that we're probably about to see something. I hope it's not one-sided, but if it is, it's probably going to be the craziest one-sided match ever.
Well, hey, I mean, I just want to see the Angela. I think if we could see the Angela today, hey, this is GG's. This is what we're looking forward to seeing. Just let it walk through for one game. I mean, how bad could it be, right? I mean, take the Esmeralda and go against it. I mean, you could take the shields, or you could take something out of that trade. But, you know, it's funny. We don't ever ban Angela at all. And even when we don't ban Angela, most of the time, we don't even pick her in North America.
I think I might start playing her.
That's what I'm saying, because I'm wondering, I'm like, what are we missing like a hidden gem in a pile of rocks? So. Like, do we not know that Angela is just like the biggest thing out? Exactly. Maybe that if somebody in North America starts mastering Angela and gets her down on what these teams are playing her like, I think they could be a top team in NA, because she's a forgotten hero for us, honestly. And I wouldn't say she's not used at all, but like, the chances of you seeing her pulled out or banned is very slim.
Yeah, and I think it's normally always played with like a Ling or some type of quick assassin, you know, that just can utilize that extra oomph that she delivers. So, but I mean, that's all high hopes for us casters, you know. But if we keep speaking about it, I feel like
That's right.
I feel like if we keep speaking about it, we might be initiating the caster cursed, you know. we gotta be like, yeah, we're never gonna see war. You know, we gotta think of the opposite, you know.
Yeah, I guess so. We gotta like reverse psychology it and maybe
yeah,
we'll be
you got
fine.
to, you got to. It's a name of the game here.
Yeah,
but
speaking of the game,
definitely-
I mean, two amazing teams ready to fight it out. I mean, you are right with the Assassins though. We have been seeing a lot of the Fanny, a lot of the Ling pulled out. I want to say the only other jungler that we've seen so far was what, the Joy and the Fred. No, the Fredrin didn't even get slotted in the jungle, so it's really just been the Joy and the Lancelot. We've seen the Lancelot today as well. So primarily, damage assassins kind of ruling the meta so far for the Phygital Games, whereas we kind of go more for like a little bit of a hybrid, sometimes a tank, sometimes an assassin for our regions. But you are seeing more of that dominant burst potential out there. I would say the only surprise that we've seen so far was that Natalia play. The Natalia definitely didn't work out, at least for the composition that they had. So
I
these two
definitely
teams,
felt
I
like
mean,
they were wild.
Yeah.
Like, what were you thinking?
I agree with you. I mean, there was no defense. It was all offensive items. It was definitely not the easiest thing to jump into. So that's things that teams of higher caliber got to think about, right? I mean, you look at team composition. What does all these heroes together create in a package deal when it comes to these neutral objectives, when it comes to survivability in the side lanes, and you know, overall synergy? How easy is it to be able to pull this off? Just because you have a lot of high mechanic heroes doesn't mean you can have a whole bunch of high mechanic players to be able to pull it off flawlessly, and that sometimes that can be a little bit harder than what it's worth. And I feel like that was the situation with the Natalia, as I'm sure the great Natalia player, but the level of difficulty to pull that off against a team who's at least at the same level as you is not going to be the easiest thing to pull off. And sometimes it's just better to go with typically your standard type of draft composition. And, you know, that's what we've seen, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that. But I do like the wild card picks every now and then. I mean, you know, that hopefully we see something else. I mean, something that's been sliding up for us was the Hellcurt coming out of nowhere.
Yeah. I'm actually super surprised we haven't seen a lot of Hellcurt in the tournament, because I've heard that, like, overseas, it might be like a PH thing or something like that, but we have not seen too many of those plays, you know, come through. So I feel like maybe these teams might bring something different to the table, you know, coming into like a little bit higher of a quality of matches. I would say something that is that rivals the semifinals of a massive tournament. These teams have you know, crawled their way up through the group stages, through the quarterfinals, and now we're in the semifinals. So we'll see hopefully how that goes here soon.
Yeah, we call that the crawl, walk, run method, right? We crawled through the quarterfinals, and now we're walking into the semifinals. And the question is, who will be able to run into the grand finals and fly toward that trophy? That's definitely going to be something exciting to see. But nonetheless, it's been an amazing show so far, right? I mean, both series that we've casted in the quarterfinals were both sweeps. It was 2-0. So, I mean, what more could you ask for when it comes to next level competition to be able to compete fresh off of a sweep, which means you're definitely warmed up for both teams that made it forward. So hopefully Deus Vult has a couple of tricks up their sleeve. I believe Deus Vult, they may, as long as they can figure out a way in the draft and maintain the early game, I think they'll have an even chance against Falcon. Falcon has been doing pretty good. I would say they didn't have the easiest time in their MPL, kind of struggled over there. Phoenix kind of is the new Falcon out there, at least in terms of being the top team. But this may change the narrative. So I'm excited nonetheless to actually see them go head to head against Deus Vult. I think this is going to be a really good matchup to kind of scale and see exactly where they're sitting at. We know where Deus Vult's sitting at. If I had to kind of rate their performance today, the early game was a little bit of a C, but then in the second game it went up to like a B, maybe a B plus. But the mid and the late game, it was already there. It was phenomenal. And I think hopefully they can pull that off when it comes to this match as well, and they'll have an easier game. With Falcon, I mean, if this is M4 like style Falcon with the same coaching, they were a problem back then. And so you definitely do not underestimate them.
And what I'm looking forward to is the match opening, you know, like, are they going to go shoulder to shoulder again? Like, you know, we need those vibes when it comes to, you know, teams that we're seeing walk out on the stage. I feel like that's what they're going to be bringing to the table here, is that can Falcon deal with Deus Vult's, you know, teamwork, or do they already know a workaround around that? And I feel like, again, Weezy, like you said, that's where the coaches come into play. You know, like, was that Deus Vult, you know, played a couple matches, kind of gave away their techniques and their strategies that they've been working on currently, you know? So let's see if that plays a major factor into how Falcon decides to, you know, create their strategies and to create their counters for Deus Vult. I feel like those are going to be the stepping stones that Falcon's going to have, you know, in place, that maybe Deus Vult doesn't have when we see these upcoming games.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. And, you know, that's what we're hoping to see, right? Nobody wants to see a one-sided story. We want to see all the way to a game 3, all the way to the grand line, with both these teams fighting their hearts out and making the most out of all their practice and you know, their work that they put into this. So hopefully between Deus Vult, it goes to a game 3. Now, I mean, Falcon's been having a really good time so far. I mean, they made it into the quarterfinals. They didn't even or semifinals. They didn't even have to compete in the quarterfinals because they did so well inside of the group stage to be able to take down some of the members. I believe they 2-0 up against Team Hack when they went against them, and then they also went 2-0 against Axe Team, which means they haven't taken a single loss so far. I mean, their record is 4-0. And when you're looking at you know, the other side of things with Deus Vult, it hasn't really been the same type of story. They just got a sweep though, so that definitely works in their favor. But they did have a little bit of a struggle when it came to the group stage, right? They lost 1-2 max, but they got a sweep over Fireflex Impunity, so I guess I kind of evened it out. But you're also looking at when they went up against Lilgun, they got taken down 2-1 as well. So it's kind of back and forth with them, whereas Falcon is a little bit more consistent on paper. If we're deciding who would have the higher chance of winning, I mean, they haven't lost yet; they're undefeated. So can they tarnish that record?
Yeah, it looked like you were saying, Lilgun got beat by Deus Vult at least once. I mean, that alone kind of gives you a little bit of an upper hand. Maybe was Group B a little bit stronger than Group A with how Deus Vult was able to you know, capitalize on that win. And I mean, a win against someone that has made it already to the semifinals without having to go through the qualifier or the quarterfinals is pretty crazy. But looks like we are seeing the players, Falcon, walking into the stage, very dramatic, kind of doing a limbo. They also have their jock jerseys. I love it. So they seem pumped. They seem ready. And we have another team.
That's right. Deus Vult stepping into the scene, ready to go the extra mile, walk their way through the quarterfinals, and now they are here, shoulder to shoulder, boulder to boulder. Look at the synergy. It doesn't start in the land of dawn. It starts right there as they are sitting down, ready to go head to head. Who will be able to take this game in this amazing best of 3, the semifinals for the Phygital Games?
Yep, and I mean, hey, I'm glad that they're sticking to their roots, you know, and kind of looking at some of the player base here. We're looking at Falcon's roster. We got Simple, we got PX7, Fayan, Benny, and Royal Milk, and then of course Deus Vult. We have Saw-O, Magister, Q-Lit, Sunset Lover, and Wiser here. Again, we've seen a lot of Deus Vult today. it's our time to see the Falcon, see if they actually have what it takes to get off the ground and fight the Knights.
That's right. Who will be able to claim victorious? Will the Knights take down the Falcons, or will the Falcons soar high in the sky and claim this series? And I mean, we're looking at some of the members right on the teams. I mean, you're looking at Weiser, which we've been seeing Weiser run a lot of the Clint recently. It hasn't really been rotating off of that marksman. So I'm wondering if Falcon's going to try and exploit that. Are they going to let him go for what he typically picks up first when it's available in the draft? Or are they going to make him uncomfortable and try and limit the gold lane hero pool?
Yeah, and I feel like that's a good question to ask, right? Because the last time we were seeing Divu play, the Brody was constantly banned out, right? So maybe is Weiser's, key pick the Brody? Is that something Falcon's gonna be worried about? Are they gonna keep continuously targeting Weiser, or are they going to target Ware in the jungle? Like we've seen Ware's Assassins gameplays were quite menacing to the other team. So, letting a Ling roam free could be a little bit of a trouble for Falcon.
And it's funny because normally how we would respond to these assassin picks, at least for our region, is you pick up that Franco, you pick up that Kufra, something to be able to deny that easy mobility from these assassins that they provide. I mean, we watched a Fanny and a Ling kind of fight it out, split pushing everywhere today. So as we are now jumping into the draft between these two amazing teams, Falcon Esports and Deus Vult, on a best of 3 for the semifinals of Phygital Games, who will be able to claim victorious. You're going to go ahead and see this Kaja, the first ban already on the board for the side of Falcon Esports, limiting the suppression and roam potential for Deus Vult.
We shall see. It seems like always the red team's job is to ban out the Angela, so seeing that banned out is interesting. But also another thing is a Selena. I'm not quite sure what they're possibly thinking banning a Selena. I don't know. Maybe it's a weird comp that messes up with whatever they're trying to build here.
Yeah, the Selena is definitely a comfort pick ban. I think they're trying to limit a unique play style over there for Deus Vult. But I mean, we didn't even see the Selena. Selena was never slotted, at least today for Deus Vult in the games that we casted. She wasn't slotted nor banned, and they didn't prioritize her. We've been seeing more of the Eve or the Valentina, kind of slide in that position, or the Kadita or the Kagura as the mages so far today. But they're going to go ahead and take out yet another mage that we haven't really seen so far, which could also be slotted in that roam position. Going to go ahead and take down that Valir. And there goes another mage, Eve off the table.
A lot of mages banned right now, so definitely quite interesting to see here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on both of these mages kind of being banned out so far. That's going to be the first ban phase completed from Falcon. There's only really one more hero to ban before we start the first pick phase. And it's going to go ahead and take out that Ling. And I guess I can kind of agree with it. The Kaja's off the table already. You don't have the suppression. Could definitely be a problem when left unchecked. But I mean, there's still so much walking that's valuable, right? I mean, you have the Navaria, you have the Arlot, you have the Joy, who could still be slotted because there is no suppression. I mean, at least suppression for what we've been seeing is only really valuable to the Kaja being picked up and not the Franco, which surprisingly it's not been prioritized at all as even an option when it comes to suppression. But speaking of options, there goes the unkillable XP laner. Uranus has been picked up by Falcon Esports.
Yeah, I just feel like there's something that's not been banned that could be an absolute menace on the field, and I'm ready to kind of see it. We're seeing like typical heroes be played, the Fredrin, the Uranus. Again, I mean, maybe they'll go Claude, maybe, or even carry out the Gecko. We'll see. But they actually pick up the Navaria, and we've seen Sunset Lover play Navaria very well.
Yeah, the Navaria was a problem. I mean, it was like 36% damage the last Navaria we've seen. It's pretty insane. So to be able to slot this in, it's definitely a heavy hitter. We always say with the Navarre, it's like having 2 for the price of 1 for junglers, because just that sniper that she has available to her can do massive chunks of damage, which is easily able to steal a neutral objective. It can even out-retry a jungler if he doesn't hit it in time, to be able to take a turtle, a lord, a purple buff, or an orange buff. And that's just what makes her valuable. And that's only scratching the surface, right? She also has an Astral Echo to be able to slow everybody inside of her ultimate as well and increase those hit markers. But speaking of answers on the table, more heroes being picked up. You're going to see that Kadita slotted in with the Claude.
That's I mean, an interesting go. I mean, they want something that definitely can penetrate and dive deep into the back line. PX7 definitely secured a solid pick, but why is there picking up the Leslie? Doesn't opt to go for the Brody that we constantly seen ban in the last series. So interesting that we see this. I mean, normally we see Leslie banned in the second ban pick phase here. So why is there picking that up for a third pick? I feel like is going to be good because Kadita is soft and so is Claude, and it's a really good counter to Claude.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you right there. I mean, Kadita, I feel like, is sometimes undervalued for exactly what she can offer to a team, right? It's like having a roam and also an instant damage burst dealer right there. And I think she can pretty much get the job done no matter what. She also has survivability and mobility at her kit as well. With the rough wave, she can get all her HP back. She can also escape engagements when it's not looking like it's in her favor, and, you know, catch her in the bush and she catches you out of position, can easily get to the back line. Speaking of backlines, I mean, you're going up against 2 snipers, right? You have the Navaria and you have the Leslie to worry about, who are going to be playing from afar, not going to be up close and personal, but they have heroes that can get to the backline, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. I mean, you're looking at Benny running on this Claude. He can use the Blazing Duet with the BMI, definitely find a way to get to the Leslie and also get to this Navarre as well, but the Leslie could have an easier time when it comes to the laning phase up against the Claude, just because she can fight from afar and also deal that single burst damage to him. So he will have to be a little bit more passive for his lane.
Oh, exactly. And I kind of want to see what happens. Falcon banning out a lot of supports for roams, as we see the Diggy and the Florin ban. And the opposite is they get rid of the Bashia and the Hayabusa, which is interesting. So maybe they're trying to pull out a Boxia again, which would be interesting, but I still feel like is a good play just because they do have the Uranus, or even a Minnow would be nice here. So we'll have to wait and see what they decide to go with, but those are what I think they're, you know, trying to fluctuate with. But they go for the old trusty Lolita.
Now, I mean, the Lolita works. Sawo definitely going for what he's comfortable with. It does counter Benny on this Claude when he drops down that Blazing Duet. You use the Bulwark Shield and you negate the damage to your team, which can definitely help when it comes to the 5v5 engagements. Now, we haven't really seen, I guess this is going to be maybe the first Fredrin jungle we've seen today, possibly. And they're going to have to slide in something else in the XP lane, and I'm okay with that, right? The Fredrin's like a walking Petrify. He's sustainable and can easily get those neutral objectives. It's like he kind of replaced the Ballman in a sense. With Ballman used to use that lethal counter with the Retribution, but now you have the Appraiser's Wrath in the Retribution combination, which can definitely work in his favor. So looking at XP lane options, they need something that can keep up with Royal Milk, right? He's going to be rotating and proxying that lane at every given second if you don't leave him with somebody that can match him with speed, right? And there's only a few heroes that really can do that. Typically, the best hero is the Esmeralda, who we've seen kind of go head-to-head with them, but we haven't seen an Esmeralda today, which is also one of the most interesting things that I think we kind of talk about today is where's Esmeralda falling into the meta over here for, you know, the international scene, because in North America, she's definitely highly prized, especially against this Uranus.
Yeah, but crazy thing, Falcon looks like they're going to be bringing an Alice jungle? Possibly. Definitely an interesting go by Falcon. I mean, I've seen it done but they're definitely going against a pretty tanky team comp, and I feel like it's there because they really want to dive in on Wiser. I feel like Wiser is the main focus for a lot of teams, so I think that's what Falcon's ideal is here. It's just, I mean, they have 3 backline pushers, you know, and then 2 strong front lines. I mean, it's gonna be a great game, but I gotta say that Vult definitely has, I mean, they have Arlott now, which is a really strong front line. So, and then they have the Fredrin, which is another strong front line. Lolita, strong front line. They're really building that foundation to allow the Navaria and the Leslie to scale.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the Arlott here is a really strong pick, considering, I mean, look at the CC he gets to profit off of, right? The Numion Blast drops down from Sawo, instant marks. You also have a Magister who has the Energy Eruption. That's even more CC that it can use to get more dashes. You have Sunset Lover who can slow everybody down. There's more CC right there just for that Astral Echo. And all he has to do is really just be by any of them to profit. And then when it comes to the 5v5 engagements, he's going to be like the Flash on these fights, as we are now jumping into the semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, best of 3. Falcon Esports up against Deus Vult. Game number 1. And the predictions are on the way. And you are looking at 17% for Falcon Esports.
Wow. The crowd, they definitely do not believe in statistics. they definitely think that Deus Vult is gonna, you know, pull through here, but Falcon already showing like a lot of presence on Ware's blue buff. So again, I mean, I think this might be either again, I feel like these teams know how to wait and bait. They know how to utilize everything to the fullest. So I don't know if this would be a super high kill game. I definitely feel like this would be a very technical game. People just trying to get whatever they can, whenever they can. So we'll see how this goes, Weezy. Who do you have?
Oh, this is a hard one, but honestly, I'm probably gonna go more for, I would say Deus Vult, just because of their synergy when it comes to each of these heroes, how well they play together. I think they have a better 5v5 engagement, and I think that's kind of what it boils down to, especially with this new emblem system, is kind of stacking together toward that 15-minute mark to be able to close it out. And when I'm looking at Falcon Esports, I mean, they have a lot of CC, but when it comes to the damage department, you're putting everything into the hands of Benny to be able to pull it off, which means he has to have a really good start. And he picked up the Brave Smite, so he's going to get a lot of regen. But speaking of fights, Royal Milk is going to draw first blood, is going to go ahead and take down Ware. That's a really good kill on top of that. That's the jungler falling for Deus Vult.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to slow down their jungle quite a bit. Did have to utilize the retry, like you said, to be able to secure that. So it's not like they'll be able to, you know, take the jungle right away. Of course, they're getting into it right now, but a gold lane fight, do they? Leslie opts to not use her ultimate on the Claude there. Quite interesting. Bayan gonna go ahead and take care of the turtle. Didn't utilize the retry, so do they attempt to steal this blue buff here?
Looks like they are going to go in for the invasion, but massive damage on the way. Praise's Wrath dropping down. The final slash. Khaled is going to find Simple. Blood goes down. Numion Blast right behind it. Khaled finds another. Finds Fei Yan for the double kill. Is going to force Falcon Esports out their jungle.
That's what happens when you have a team that, you know, holds shoulder to shoulder, you know? It's the trust, the brotherly love. And I mean, they brought it together there. That was a great combo, a lot of utility, but was able to secure a kill onto the enemy's jungle.
Ooh, but speaking of kills, the Petrify, the Rough Waves, Royal Milk is gonna find Ware, but Sunset Lover is gonna go ahead and take down their mage. But you are gonna see off screen though a pickup from Benny. He is gonna find a kill of his own. He's gonna find Wiser in the gold lane.
I mean, that's good. I mean, Wiser is gonna be, you know, the counter the Claude. So with Falcon being able to, you know, complete that 1v1 and take a little bit of the objective from him, That's good. Now, Deus Vult, they need to counter that and deal with that. As we're taking a look at a lot of items here, Claude's already picked up the Demon Hunter sword right off the bat. That's crazy. They want to deal with a lot of defense, and I think it'll be a good go when it comes to mid game.
Speaking of good goes, speaking of mid game, Feiyan is gonna find Wiser. But wait a minute, Sunset Lover is gonna find Feiyan to respond. A 1-for-1 trade, getting revenge for his teammate falling there. Looks like they are trying to still put some pressure on to this lane, trying to go in for the early objective. 4-4 on the scoreboard. Both teams pretty much even at this point.
Definitely pretty much even. They're pulling out everything that they possibly can here, as we're seeing the next turtle take approaching here. As I mean, Falcon, both of them are neck to neck, equal kills. Petrify though.
And the kill on the way, Feiyan gets the turtle. PX7 is gonna find where though. That is 2 objectives claimed unanswered. Falcon Esports gets a kill, gets the turtle. Can they get out of there alive though? Wait a minute, Khaled staying in the fight with Royal Milk. Forces out his flicker, and on the top side, Benny is gonna find Wiser on the 1v1 matchup. Drops him down, and yet again, that is the 3rd death for the gold lane of Deus Vult, and down goes the turret.
Yeah, Benny is just absolutely taking care of the 1v1 against this counter in the gold lane. That's impressive by Claude alone. And now, this is where Falcon gets to kind of scale. Looking at some of the items, he still hasn't even fully completed boots. Really relying on some of his intuitive mobility abilities that he has. So again, we're seeing a lot of Uranus controls on the map, but they have to watch out for this Claude. The moment the Claude starts scaling, it's gonna smell trouble for Deus Vult.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I mean, the Claude already getting that Demon Hunter sword, one of his core items, picked up super early with that power spike that he's already had with the 2-0-1 KDA, and also claiming that first turret. I mean, in this situation, he could just trade lanes now. He should just let Uranus, Royal Milk go to the top side and go to the goal. But a battle in the mid lane, Feiyan is going to find where Numian Blast dropping down. Flowing Blood activated over there by Feiyan, trying to sustain himself with Sao. Not going to allow him to escape with the Blood Ode. Is going to burst him down with the Bulwark Shield. That's going to be 1-for-1 on the board, 7-5. In terms of the score, Falcon Esports still leading the way.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta put it up to that PX7 is just literally set and killed where 4 times. Middle turret already falling for Devu here, so simple.
He's gonna get caught out of position, is gonna fall into the hands of Ware, picking up his first kill of the game. Turret is gonna fall in the process for the bottom lane though, left uncontested. They've lost 2 turrets going in for these engagements and not having anything to really answer back for in terms of just only getting kills with the flicker out, dodging the Numian Blast. You're gonna see the Flowing Blood in. Khaled is gonna find PX7, but Wiser trying to deal some damage. The single burst potential on the way, but the Flowing Blood from Feiyan may be able to pick up Sawo. Able to get out with like 0.05 HP. Benny is gonna find Ware though. Killing spree activated. Feiyan takes down Wiser. Oh my goodness, look at the low HP play. Royal Milk is gonna find Khaled. Almost got bursted down himself, but had the numbers in his advantage to be able to close out that damage.
That was crazy. I'm so surprised Sawo made it out of there. But kind of taking a look at some items, Berserker Fury already picked up by Leslie, so trying to, work on that crit build. But Claude already picking up 2 more necessary items, the Golden Staff and the Corrosive Scythe. 2 main items for Claude. To be honest, I think Benny is online at this point at the 8-minute mark, and any engage by Falcon is going to be trouble if Benny's going to be able to dive into that back line. He picks up a Wind of Nature, and I feel like the Leslie's going to have a really hard time. They're looking to end this. Sheesh. Oh my gosh. They just steamrolled right there. You know, like no breathing room when it comes to the Falcon. They aimed high and soared high, taking on the Knights there. I mean, that was just an ace of a match. The Benny was just destroying in his lane. And I mean, so was Royal Milk. So as long as your side lanes prevail, the game prevails. Oh, it's just me. Oh shoot. Okay. Yeah. I mean, Falcon Esports definitely. They were easy. I mean, they came in there. They conquered. They saw, and of course they were flying high. Falcon. I mean, it was kind of textbook. They definitely capitalized on it, and you know the gold lane, like I was just saying, like Benny just. The Claude didn't even need to buy boots at that point, and you know came online in 8 minutes, and that's all it took.
That's right. That's all it took, and I mean that was the fastest game we've seen so far. 10-minute finish, and with ease, and that just shows you Falcon Esports has been practicing. I mean, this is the same like level of competitiveness that we seen when they were competing in M4, right? They kind of flew high and stayed in the skies for a majority of their matches, and now. We got to figure out a way for Deus Vult to kind of come back from this. Like, where did they go wrong? Right? I feel like the draft was okay. It just boiled down to just minor mistakes in the lanes and team synchronization for the objectives.
Yep. And I mean, look at it. MVP goes to Benny, 4-0-5, 31% damage. Again, only 9,000 gold. Just, I mean, it was like a 9-minute game, and he already has 4 key items, you know? Which is that's crazy fast. On top of that, I mean, Falcon just played a good game, and congrats to Benny.
Yeah, definitely congrats indeed. I mean, it was well deserved. Just swift finish, that 31% damage, nice and early victory, and that's not the easiest thing to pull off, but you know, with the new emblem system, we were starting to see games finish a lot faster, especially when you kind of keep your eyes on these objectives. And I would say that was more of the hive mentality that we've seen coming out of Falcons, right? They all were rotating together. They knew exactly where to be and when to execute, but it looked like Deus Vult. They were kind of just rotating around, being more of a reactive team, not what we've seen when they were competing against Team Hack. They were kind of leading the way for that second game, but this time Falcon Esports just able to get to the objective a little bit earlier.
Exactly. And I think it kind of came down to the Fredrin jungle just, you know, kept going in, and that Kadita was just capitalizing on it so much. So those are the things you just got to kind of not walk into. You kind of walked into it a couple times. You know, like if you fall for it 3 times, it's kind of your fault at that point.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I mean, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? As we are going to be seeing both of these teams fighting it out again. I mean, this is the same story that we've been seeing all day, right? Similar fashion. Falcon takes game 1. Do they get the sweep? It's been all sweeps today. I hope this will be the first to go to a game 3. But something that we got to point out is whoever wins this will claim the first seat in the grand finals for the Phygital Games, and that's definitely something to be proud about. It's a hard-fought battle to get to this point, and there's only 1 seat at the top, but who will be able to at least make it to the grand finals to fight it out?
It is true. It is true. Now, this is something to kind of think about. I mean, Falcon kind of dominated that match. Again, you always going into a second game like this, you got to think of the morality about it. I don't think we'll be able to see the players come out a second time, but I definitely still hope that they're holding shoulder to shoulder, because I mean, you can always hope for anything, and I mean, they just got to learn from their mistakes here. I personally think both drafts were a little even, but I do think Falcon just played a little bit better in the lanes, like I was saying. I mean, the Uranus never got touched, never died, was just an absolute menace, and then the Claude was a menace as well, especially against his complete counter. So it's interesting to see those things fly through, and I can only attribute that to, again, like I was saying, the Fredrin was 0-4 within the first couple minutes, and that's something you don't want to see. It was just Falcon was taking full advantage of being able to, you know, dive into the jungle. So Deus Vult kind of just needs to solidify a little bit stronger defense and understand that Falcon, they're aggressive, you know, they're not. They know that Deus Vult can make it to the mid game, and then that's when they get the team energy and the synergy. But you can't have a team energy and synergy when you're getting snowballed. So that's something you gotta figure out how to counter.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I mean, you have to find a way to shut them down, and it definitely starts with the defense, right? I mean, we've seen them rotating around and getting not only pickoffs, but also trading the kills for objectives. Yes, it was a high kill game. Honestly, they were matching them in terms of kills pretty often on the game, but they were not able to translate that into taking a turret or taking an objective. It was like, you got a kill, but what did you actually gain from that? There was just no real estate conquered, and majority of that game, you've seen Falcon hold on to all of their turrets. So I would say it definitely needs to start on getting to that side lane and making their marksman uncomfortable. I mean, if you do have the matchup that typically wins on paper, you have the Leslie against the Claude, make that Claude uncomfortable. Get to that lane and try and take him down. You already have the marksman that should beat him. So if you get down there with your roam and your mage as well, it should be really easy to pull off. But, you know, definitely credit where it's due over to Falcon, able to, with all that against them, still be able to push through. A very strong team to try and take down right now. And Deus Vult, they have to bring their A game for this next one. Is this a single elimination? They will be dropped down to the third place spot to be able to fight it out, though. But they will not be able to be the grand finalists if they lose here. They need to take this game, or we'll see the third series for today being a triple sweep.
Cast or curse, you know, cast or curse. Don't say it, Weezy. Say the opposite.
Oh, no. I said what they need to do. I hope they do it.
I mean, only time will tell, though. You know, I just think they have to, like you were saying, like it's all gonna come down to that defensive posture. And I mean, this is something we see in NA a lot, is that, like, if you cannot protect your jungle, if you cannot control the river or any of your own jungle, it's just going to be a bad time for you. And they noticed and fully utilized that Fredrin wasn't going to start coming online until he got a little bit more tankier items. And I mean, they just kept destroying him left and right before he could even do anything at all. He was never able to become that solid defense front line that Deus Vult needed.
And I think it's like, it's not really a problem in the draft. It's just boiling down to the execution of what you drafted. I think they overall on paper, they were pretty smart about the draft, right? They had answers. Yeah, of course, in every draft, you're going to have something that just didn't work out in your favor. It's just the way the coin flips. There's always going to be an advantage for one side, unless somebody just absolutely just troll picks everything. But you're not going to see that too often. But I think it just boils down to the execution. Like you said, losing in the goal. I mean, we saw it was a 1v1 matchup. And the Claude was beating the Leslie, and you shouldn't even be fighting in the 1v1. You should just be playing a little bit more passive and waiting for relying on your tank and your mage to rotate to you, you know? Let them create that opportunity for you to engage, because if not, I mean, a 1v1 can only really go one way in one person's favor. So, I mean, somebody's always going to lose in that trade, but You know, it's a team game, team effort, and that's where you got to start, right? Get into the gold lane. If not, go for the neutral objectives. Take the turtle, but at least find something to trade to not allow the snowball to come to effect. And I think that's the strategy that Deus Vult, they had this for when they went against Team Hack for game 2. I feel like they kind of lost it jumping into this one against Falcon, but I hope that they can regain it as we jump into the second match for today.
Exactly. And I mean, hey, it is how it is, but I want to see definitely at least one game go to best of 3. And I mean, I wanted to see Falcon play. They came, they saw, they conquered in the first game. But again, I mean, it's anybody's game when it comes to these things. But I hope, you know, the Knights maybe, you know, polish their armor and, you know, get those scratches off and come back.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to see, even when we get to the grand finals, like a best of 7. I mean, those are the best things to be able to see, is teams going all the way out, or like best of the final game, I should say. We don't want to see those one-sided matches. Hopefully it can go all the way to that extra mile. With the best of 3s though, it does get tricky, right? I mean, it's high risk, high reward. And if you play the aggressive nature, sometimes it doesn't work in your favor. And when you lose game 1, it's just so much pressure to kind of work against. So Deus Vult, though, I will say this is the first loss that they have taken today. They were able to win every single game, but now able to take their first loss today. How does it affect them? Is it going to make them kind of play a little bit tighter? That's what I'm kind of hoping for. They're like, okay, we actually lost one. Let's regain our composure and look at where we actually messed up on and improve upon it. Or will we see the same mistakes or see them kind of crumble under that pressure? I think that's what we're going to be looking forward to watching. But as we are now into the draft, possibly on the way back into this amazing discussion we were having about these teams. I was about to say, hold on. There's a lot of picks to break down in 5 seconds.
I was pretty sure those were all the same picks as last game, so I think it was just maybe a little bit of a technical error that popped up. So, but yeah, that would have been a lot of. I would have been like, oh, but
I was just gonna pass it to you. I was gonna be like, all right, G, in the draft.
Hey, there we are. Speaking of the devil, and we're here.
Are here.
Are they gonna let the Claude slide again? I feel like after this game, it's interesting to see. If I'm not mistaken, I think Falcon gets first pick again. I'm not quite sure. I think they're on the blue side, but they opt to go for the Angela. They actually get rid of the Alice, which is something they played. And it looks like the opposite happened, right? Like, Deus Vult is now banning the Kaja and the Selena. So, a little interesting here. The Eve automatically getting picked up. I think that's a good go here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, the Eve has been a problem, right? I mean, we've been seeing her get banned out recently. So, to be able to see her slotted in, it can be a problem. You need somebody to be able to get to the back line and stop that manipulation. I mean, we did see the Ling get banned out, but there's still a Claude on the table. So that's something that I'd probably like highly prioritize, or even that Kadita to be able to go in and burst some damage. But I will say, this is the first game that I believe we've seen today where the Angela was banned on the blue side.
That's what I was saying, you know. They're kind of, you know, other than the Alice looking like regular the same bans. So I kind of want to see what Deus picks up here. I mean, are they going to pick up the Fredrin again? Is that something they really want to show out for a second time? Ooh, they opt to go for the 2 things that caused them problems last match. They pick up the Claude and they pick up the Uranus.
Yeah, definitely 2 heavy hitters, the Claude and the Uranus. I mean, the Uranus is literally unstoppable, man. He's like Superman when it comes to the XP lane. He can cut. He does everything that you want a hero to do, minus the, I guess, the high damage output. He's sustainable. He has high mobility, and he can be a nuisance. It's almost impossible to kill when you stack that up with the Brave Smite emblem. It's just like instant spell vamp and a lot of sustainability. But as we are looking at picks, we're going to go ahead and see this Clint slotted up. The marksman over there, oh, they did swap sides now, so it is gonna be Falcon. Falcon is gonna be on the red side. I knew I was like,
thought
the
that
names...
was a problem. I thought that was
Yeah.
a problem, you know. I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Actually, I did say something.
But Wiser picked up the Clint yet again, a comfort pick for him. So typically, sometimes comfort is stronger than meta, depending on how well you can execute it. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on what's going to go down in the gold lane. But we mentioned the Claude being picked up from Benny as an answer for the Eve, and he did slot that in as well. So I think there's some good answers for both sides of the table.
Yeah, I mean, Falcon said, "It ain't broken, don't fix it." They pulled out the same comp so far. Got the Claude, Uranus, the Kadita. They even had first pick on Deus Vult and didn't even go for the Uranus right out the get-go. A lot of teams have opted to first pick it, so it's interesting. If you don't ban it, why don't you pick it? It's weird.
Well, I mean, look at the Dyroth matchup against the Uranus, right? I mean, this is something that we haven't really got to see today. Is this the answer that you need to be able to shut him down? I mean, Dyroth is not nearly as mobile as the Uranus, but he has the burst potential to take him out. But you have to be able to hit all of your skills to be able to pull it off. You know, you need to be able to burst down that armor and pretty much take him out with the one shot. If you do plan on taking that, because if not, I feel like the Dyroth can have a little bit of a harder time. He's not as mobile. He is going to run the flicker though, so he has the flicker, which means he will be able to have that Abysm Strike possibly work in his favor. But is it enough to stop Royal Milk on this Uranus? That's definitely something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on for the XP lane matchup. So it's looking a little spicy, man. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I mean, even the Eve and the Kadita matchup is looking good, right? I mean, the Eve can drop down the manipulation, but the Kadita can get out of it and can get to the Eve as well. So great drafting so far for both teams.
Exactly. The only thing, you know, that kind of throws me off is I think the Dyroth pick. You know, I feel like Dyroth's interesting. I feel like they went for, you know, the early burst to be able to possibly get a little bit of a counter on Royal Milk, which I've seen happen. But again, you got to control your aggressiveness. But Dyroth is very aggressive, so it's like a double-edged sword, and you might not know which way to hold the sword. So you gotta watch out for that with the Dyroth. So, but first time Franco, sheesh.
There it is. That's what we've been looking for all day, and it's been slotted in from Deus Vult. They are going to have some suppression on the way, but I mean, it's going to be paired up against this Atlas, which is, funnily enough, we see this a lot in North America, the Franco versus the Atlas, time and time again, and who's better on in the draft. So the Atlas will be able to go in, possibly get that Fatal Links in. I mean, you're going to see the Eve run the Purify. You're going to possibly see the Claude or the Clint have to run the Purify as well. The Dyroth's going to run a Flicker, and there's a Retribution, so there's not going to be too much Purify to protect them. Now, it's definitely going to be an interesting lineup indeed.
I mean, I think I've seen Atlas only played once and it lost. So maybe the Atlas this time around might be the downfall of Falcon here. I mean, it all have to depend, but I do say that they're very frontline heavy, so they could definitely utilize the Atlas to its full potential. So I still give it to Falcon here. They're very aggressive. They know how to deal with it. And it still seems like the audience prediction is 70% Deus Vult.
Oh my goodness, 70%. Just hoping that they push through on this one. But Falcon Esports definitely was able to take game one, which means they have the advantage. This is match point. If they close this out, they can move forward to the grand finals, one step closer to being the champions. With Deus Vult not letting go of that hunger or that fight, don't plan on leaving anytime soon, needs to find a way to claim this victory and even out the series.
Exactly. And like I said before, is that I just think that that we need to see we just need to see Deus Vult be passive, you know? You know, that was a good take. It was 3v1, take that any day, but just don't be too aggressive, because because I felt like that's kind of what was their downfall last game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there, but they found Simple, and his whole goal right now is to race to level 4, be able to get that Fatal Links so that he can get the set for the team. But with them taking him down early, it's going to delay that, which means this may be an easy first neutral objective into the hands of Deus Vult, and it's the start that they need if they want to have a chance in this series.
No, exactly. And I do have to say that Weiser is kind of looked like he's bullying Benny in the gold lane this time, as that we're seeing a great presence in the EXP. And this is what happens when you swap the sides, right? Like now the turtle's a lot up top, and we're gonna see the fight for the first turtle here.
Yeah, the fight for the first turtle possibly on the way, but wait a minute, the Fatal Links may be on the way. You are going to see the turtle secured by Deus Vult, but battle still possibly on the way. The manipulation did drop down 2-0. Deus Vult having a really good start.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing good this time. I mean, putting on a lot of pressure, getting a lot of vision, utilizing this Franco to its full potential. You know, not being able to, you know, retrieve that Lord. A great play here, and I love to see it. Again, the second time I've seen Atlas played in the international scene. He's already 0-2. It's not looking too good for Falcon because of this Atlas.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking too good at all. I mean, Atlas 0-2-0 KDA right now, not able to provide the Fatal Links when the team needs it, and you know this is going to start a good footing for Deus Vult, but they got to be able to maintain this tempo. Like we said in the last game, they were able to get a lot of engagements, possibly get a lot of pickoffs, but it didn't translate into any objectives or any turrets on the map. And hopefully with that slight advantage for them, they can make the most out of the situation. But for Falcon Esports, I mean, they're not letting go of the gas. Even though they're down by 2 kills and 1 turtle, they still have a very good chance to turn this around.
Yeah, they forced the flicker out of the Dairoth there, so Dairoth's flicker's a little bit out. Simple trying to get a Fatal Links here, but Devu putting on a lot of pressure. Simple getting taunted. I don't think too much is probably going to come out of this here. Again, Devu just got to keep doing what they're doing right now. You know, keep asserting pressure and keep the snowball constantly climbing up. And you can if you keep this going, then at some point you'll be the one that's being able to, you know, snowball on the other team. The turtle being up this time around as well. Benny's not able to scale as much as he did last time. It looks like the Clint's a little bit better than we've seen run last time.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I mean, right now this turtle has spawned in. We'll be able to seize the opportunity. Bloody Hunt with the Iron Hook connects, and we're gonna take down PX7. Amazing assist provided over there by Sawo on this Franco. The magnetic hooks are alive, and where we'll be able to claim this turtle.
Yeah, I mean, we just haven't seen a flicker Fatal Links by Simple just yet. He's level 5. Everybody else is a pretty big level above him. Hook comes out. They try to get Benny, but it goes on to Simple instead. I don't know, man. We'll have to see how it goes. PX7's also not able to get picks this time around. It looks like Devu definitely learned from their mistakes last time. They're taking precise kills and not really overextending when they don't need to. But Saw in a little bit of a trouble here. I don't think they have what it takes to be able to take out where though.
Ooh, but wait a minute. Simple with the Fatal Links into the turret, but will flicker out just in time. Sustains himself another 1 HP escape for today, and another one from PX7, but not the same for Fei Yan. And this is going to open up the opportunity for Deus Vult to claim the mid turret.
Yeah, I mean, do they actually secure the mid turret? It looks like they're putting on a lot of pressure. They took the bottom lane. If they can take this mid turret, this is a great room for them to shine. I mean, they're definitely showing out this time around. The Bloody Hunt. Oh,
does drop down. Weiser is going to find Benny, and got what they came for. Maybe able to claim yet another turret. I mean, look at Simple trying to find an avenue around to get this Fatal Links. He has not been very profitable on this Atlas pickup, though. He's been kind of struggling since the game started, right? He fell twice. Even prior to the first turtle that spawned in, he was already off the board, which means he didn't have the level 4 for the neutral objective, but may be able to change it here. He is going to set Sawo, though, all in for the take.
Oh, he didn't
Not
do
the one
it,
you want to
though.
target. And Sawo may be able to get out with the Thorn Rose connecting and the Phantom's Execution to seal the deal, and Sawo will fall. But same with Fei Yan, as Wiser's going to shut him down. And that is going to be a huge play. Gets a triple. Is going to find PX7.
4-0.
My goodness.
I mean, this is the Wiser we wanted to see. Definitely his Clint's definitely doing the other team dirty at this point. Securing that triple kill is just like solidifying his damage at this point. I can't wait to see what kind of happens in the late game. Still about a 4K gold lead-ish, so not too bad, but we'll see how things come into the late game. I just feel like Falcon really needs to focus on level. It's kind of like the opposite, you know. Deus turned into what Falcon was doing to them last game.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, just while having the advantage, they need to keep this momentum up, right? We see them kind of let go of the lead a little too often, and they need to find a way to maintain it. This is the advantage that they were looking for. If they want to stay in this series, they need to be able to shut down Falcon Esports here. Sunset is going to find Royal Milk, though, with that triple setup, and I think this is just boiling down to the power of Sawo on this Franco. I mean, he has 6 assists out of the 9 kills that are on the board for the team, which is 66% of being in these engagements that led to a kill for his team. And he's just the opener that's giving Falcon Esports a very hard time.
Well, exactly. I mean, if they just keep it up. I mean, the first Lord's coming up in about 47 minutes. They've already almost taken down all tier 2 turrets. This is how you execute a snowball. Royal kind of gets hit. Now, if Falcon can really hold off into the late game, Dairoth is really going to be falling off. But, I mean, Wiser, Sunset, and Ware are all... They don't even have a death. So, again, if they're able to secure a kill on some of these guys, it's gonna be bad for them. Franco is absolutely decimated there, Weezy.
Yeah, I mean, typically you see a team try and focus on the back line, but I think they're starting to realize what we are, right? Sawo is the main problem. He's getting those bloody hunts and getting to the back line before they can initiate, and if they shut him down, there is no bloody hunt, and that's when they can kind of profit. So taking down Sawo is definitely one of their keys to victory if they do want to climb back inside of this game.
No, it gives them some breathing room. It looks like they're gonna maybe give up Lord. Get in there. You're too late. Yeah, they gave up the Lord potential take for the left side tower. I mean, it's decent. You got something for it, but now you have to go to a solid defense. Do not let them crack into your base. And if you can do that, keep all tier 3 inhibitors, then this would be a okay trade. They needed to get some type of tower, but they definitely don't want the Lord to breach.
Yeah, I mean, with this Lord pushing in the mid lane, and this is a non-luminous Lord, which means they will be able to burst it down with ease. I don't expect this to be a game closer, but may be able to open up the base on taking one of these inhibitors. The concealed play has been called in by Deus Vult, but wait a minute, Simple may be getting the Fatal Links he was looking for, but no, gonna hit a quick 180 back into the base, use this conceal, and use the perfect match. But you gotta admire his patience. He's waiting for the right opportunity, but needs to find something soon as minions are still crashing in all 3 lanes. There goes the rough waves onto the back line. PX7 is able to get back, is still able to get some regen as well, but now down goes the inhibitor for the mid lane. Possible bottom one will fall. Manipulation drops down, controlling the entire zone of this inhibitor turret. Wiser is going to be able to secure that. man, defense, defense, defense. Falcon Esports needs to put this in clutch mode if they want to turn this around.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming down to the Atlas really isn't able to grab onto anybody just yet, just because, I mean, he's level 10 and half of the team's level like 13, 14, 15, you know, like EXP, anytime he goes in and grabs a full team of people, he's just going to get melted alive. So it's rough. And the same thing for PX7. They're not utilizing the Kadita to like the fullest on, you know, being able to get into certain bushes and make different tracking and catch like one-on-ones.
Yeah, speaking of one-on-ones, make that a 1-on-5. Because you did see that concealed play on the way to Fayan inside of his base. Man, talk about the brave play from Deus Vult, but now concealed play on the way back. Wait a minute, Simple going very far. He's going to grab two of the Fatal Links. PX7 is going to find Sunset Lover. Quiet very low. You're going to see the blazing duet from Benny, not able to seal his fate, but Simple, no, not going to be able to catch Khaled either. He may be able to get out of there without falling. So they only lost one member, and that was Sunset out of that engagement 12 seconds before this Lord spawns in.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. I'm so surprised they weren't able to get the kill on the outlet right there, but there's a lot of pressure. If Falcon is able to secure at least one Lord, it could, you know, give them some breathing room to make a little bit of a comeback in here into the late game. They are getting into about the 14-minute mark. They definitely don't want to give this Lord up.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to go in for a possible contest on this Lord, but Simple trying to go in with the perfect match. You are going to see the Bloody Hunt go down. Benny finds Sawo, but Royal Milk will fall. PX7 is going to get a kill. Wiser finds Royal Milk. Manipulation finds one as well. Sunset takes down Simple. That is going to be a 2-for-2 trade.
I mean, it's a 2-for-2 trade. Falcon still has their jungle, but I mean, all of the people alive are killers. They definitely have to figure out somehow to get into the back line and take on Wiser as well as Sunset Lover. When that real world manipulation comes down, it's a menace to Falcon, and it's just absolutely destroying them. So we need to see some maybe magical defense items built onto Falcon, but it looks like they're attempting to possibly burn down this Lord as fast as physically possible. They accidentally reset the Lord. Oh my god. What just happened? Falcon over here. Oh, they got the retry.
Sunset Lover going in is going to find Simple. That is one kill on the board. Can they make it another? Benny will fall. Wiser securing it. 3 members falling for Falcon Esports. All members sitting strong for Deus Vult. Now going to focus on making their way to the base. Not even worried about this Lord. They realize we have the damage dealers. We just need the minions in the mid lane. But look at the push from Fayan. Gonna go ahead and clear out those minions, but now have the suppression and take it down. One-shotted and make that 2 as Royal Milk will fall as well. And that is Deus Vult securing victory. The Knights chopping off the wings of the Falcons for game 2 to even up the series.
That guy is really, really hyped in the Deus Vult there in the seat. Hey, you gotta give it up to him. I mean, they did exactly the same thing that Falcon did to them. And I mean, gotta give it up to Wiser. That Clint was just phenomenal. And I mean, all the plays, their teamworks, they definitely made it and put it together and didn't fall early. So this is the first loss to Falcon given by Deus Vult.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I mean, the first loss they've taken this entire time, and they're able to tarnish that record. Deus Vult able to get comfortable 16-5 on the scoreboard. An amazing victory. 6-1-9 over there on Sunset Lover. And looking at the statistics, 68% turret damage, but look at the damage overall dealt. 30% coming from Wiser on his comfort pick with this Clint.
Yeah, I said it It just seems like every team that picks up an Alpha or an Atlas, it just seems like it's doomed to fail. Atlas just is too squishy in this current meta to deal with a lot of teams, and that Fatal Lynx just is not fast enough. And I mean, we've seen it here today. Even though he has 100% team fight participation, it just did not play off for Falcon.
Yeah, definitely didn't play off. And now looking at the matchup, I mean, 1-1. This is going to be the first series today that we get to see go all the way to a game 3. And I think that's all what we wanted. Right now, how will Falcon respond? They took their first loss this entire time. How is that going to affect them jumping into the third game? And also, how is this going to affect Deus Vult after being able to pull off that kind of one-sided story? And I think it definitely boiled down to the roamer, the Atlas not being in position. But speaking about positions, Mr. MVP, Wiser securing it 7-0-6 for the KDA, 30% damage. And you could just see it there, definitely playing on that comfort pick that a lot of teams have been letting him slot in. And that is why he earned the most valuable player.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, I seen it in the early stage, just constantly bullying a Clint, and you just know when you're more familiar with a certain marksman over another. And we can definitely see Wiser is comfortable on a Clint here. And I mean, this might be his go-to. And if Falcon finds this out, you know, it's their time to possibly ban it out.
Ain't no way that was a caster's curse. That's crazy. No, I'm kidding. I do agree with you though. I mean, if I'm seeing it, I'm banning it, especially with Wiser. I mean, it's a very strong pickup for him. Limit his hero pool and see how effective it is, because when he picks up that Clint, he can pretty much, as long as he has a good run in the gold lane, lead the way for his team, and they rely a lot on him. So maybe shutting down one of the pillars to their foundation may be exactly what they need for Falcon to remain in their high seat and move on to the grand finals. This is what this is all about, right? This is the battle for the grand finals. This is two teams fighting it out in a best of 3, the 9th Phygital Games, but only one team will be able to move forward.
Hey, you got to give it up. I mean, DV here, just they came and they fought. I mean, they put in a lot of work. The first time we seen a Franco, it actually worked out really well for him. The Bloody Hunt was just amazing. It was well placed. We just need to see that again. If they can be the ones to snowball and they can keep that pressure being applied to Falcon, it seems to pay off. So just keep it up. One more game, and I mean, we'll see who goes to the grand finals.
I know, that's the most exciting part about it, is who's going to be the 2 grand finalists today. And that's kind of the beauty of what we're looking into, right? I mean, we've seen them fighting it out in the quarterfinals. Amazing group stage performance from Falcon Esports to automatically have a spot in the semifinals. But Deus Vult, I think the story's a little bit more.
Definitely, they were crawling all the way. And let's see if they can crawl all the way to the top. I feel like that's if they can do that, I mean, they're kind of making history in the making here.
Yeah, definitely history in the making. I agree with you when it comes to seeing exactly what they can be able to pull off. I mean, Deus Vult and Falcon, man, it's just amazing seeing. I feel like Deus Vult is scaling as we get higher through this bracket, right? They're evolving with their gameplay. Like when they first started, they were looking a little questionable on some of their plays, but now they're playing tighter and they're making fewer and fewer mistakes the higher we get on this totem pole. But when you see Falcon Esports, I mean, they were at the top. They had the best record, and now it seems like they're kind of trickling backwards. So where is this going to take us when we do jump into the third game? But I am glad to say this is the first best of 3 today. And I know we're both looking forward to that. Now, when it comes to the draft from both of these teams, I feel like the drafting was okay. We got to see the Dyroth go up against the Uranus, right? We were wondering, what is the answer to stop the Uranus in the XP lane? And hey, the Dairoth did an okay job. I mean, he didn't match him in terms of like mobility, but the damage output was there, and I think that's all they really needed to kind of scare him away from Proxy in that lane.
No, exactly. I mean, the only way to deal with someone that sustains so well is just to outpower their sustain. And I feel like that's what the Dairoth did. Interesting play, because we don't see it come out too often. And I feel like that's really where it showed out. I actually thought I was like, I don't know about this, but hey, it played off. I mean, again, if you're more comfortable with a hero, it's probably more likely you're gonna win if you play that hero. So, I mean, it could just be comfort picks that we're finally seeing from DV compared to Falcon.
Yeah, and I mean, there goes comfort picks, right? I mean, the Uranus, these are heroes that we've been seeing slotted, I mean, since the beginning of today, right? Uranus has been one of the most high-picked XP laners. I want to say on every single match with Uranus, I'm pretty sure he's won with most of the teams that he's been on, just with that huge impact of being able to cut to the back lane. I mean, we see Uranus is just go to the back, dive, and take all 3 minions from every lane. Like, they just hold them at bay. Like, that is definitely a strategy that's hard to deal with, and it's just very hard to kill. So maybe for this next game, I mean, whoever, it's like a battle of who can get the Uranus first at this point. But you have the Dairoth, which I think was a great read over there from Deus Vult. Maybe they slot that in again. Maybe they let it walk. I don't think Falcon is going to pick up this Atlas again, though. I mean, it just didn't profit the way it was supposed to. Maybe it's just a level of comfortability with the player. Not able to pull it off to as easily as he would have thought, because there was really no Purifies out there except for Clint was the only one who had Purify on the entire team, and we still didn't really see too many Fatal Links work in their favor. But now moving on to the draft for the final game of this amazing series between Falcon Esports and Deus Vult in the semifinals for Phygital Games number 9. Who will be able to take this series? Will it be the Knights? Will it be the Falcons in the draft?
We'll find out. I do have to say that normally first the blue side actually has a higher overall, just in general, blue side automatically has a higher win rate. So it could just be the placement of the map, how you start, where the turtles spawn. All of that plays major factors into how you can win the game. So seeing that take a factor, could that have been what kind of, set DV onto the path to victory, Again, a lot of typical bans. They're not banning out the Clint just yet. Maybe they're not too worried about it. They kind of, figured out a way to fix it or to do better this time.
Yeah, and there goes that Angela being banned out. Man, I was hoping we could get to see her today. Maybe they're saving the Angela for the grand finals. Yeah, I think that's the secret. Like, we pull out Angela in the grand finals. That's when they'll let us kind of get to see her compete. But looking at the band so far, I mean, the Kaja, the Selena, and the Valeria, I mean, this is just textbook, right? This is what we've been seeing them kind of ban against them since we started this series. It's nothing really too out of the ordinary. I think this is just specific on what Deus Vult likes to run. But there goes that Alice being taken out for Deus Vult. They're going to go ahead and ban that option away from Falcon Esports, and still a lot of heavy hitters that are available on the table.
They opt to go for the Fredrin instead of the Uranus. Yeah. Normally it's the first pick, and now they change it up on us. Yes, hey. They're probably going to respond. Maybe they want them to pick up the Uranus here. So we'll find out. We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in theory, maybe they have an answer for the Uranus as well, right? I mean, maybe they want them to pick the Uranus because they're going to slot a Dairoth against it, or they're going to match it with an Esmeralda to be able to keep up. But speaking of comfort picks, and speaking of Uranus, a 2-for-1 combo. Who would have saw that coming? You are going to get that Uranus slotted alongside the Clint for Deus Vult.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going with the same plays here. I mean, the Kaja did get banned, so again, I don't think they're gonna pick up another Atlas. I feel like if anything, people have learned that like no matter who you are, Atlas is just a really hard hero to play in this current meta. So I feel like if they're playing against like a Uranus, a Clint, they need someone that can make sets but also has high sustainability. So we'll kind of see where they go with that. But picking up a Valentina, you know, Valentina had the highest pick ban rate, but we've barely seen her at all today.
That's right. I mean, the only time we've seen the Valentina, I would want to say, was Min and Man pulling it out, able to kind of wreck with that tank mage composition and able to take that Numeon Blast and make it work in their favor with the IMU. But the Valentina being slotted here, right? We got to see what heroes are going to be picked up from Deus Vult to kind of counteract it. Are you going to pick heroes that she can profit on with the ultimate, or are you going to pick heroes that she can't? Both are definitely options that can work against her. I mean, you can overpressure the Valentina by picking too many heroes that she profits on. But I mean, looking at the Uranus slotted so far and the Clint, I feel like they have to go with heroes that don't profit as much. But wait a minute, they're gonna pick up the Franco. Okay, so the thing about the Franco with the Valentina is even if she uses the Bloody Hunt, she basically is stagnant herself. So it's like her getting Bloody Hunted as well, and she doesn't have the defensive items. So it could be an easy pick off for the backline. So it is like a double-edged sword when it comes to taking Solo's ultimate.
Interesting. You know, and I was wondering, I felt like that maybe they went with an assassin pick a little bit early on, you know, maybe a Ling or something to solidify, you know, that diving in and just, you know, 1-2 hitting the carry, or possibly being able to catch that Valentina. But I still like the Franco pick. I mean, it worked really well against them last time. And again, it only takes like one well-placed hook or one good Bloody Hunt and a team to fully collapse on someone. So I like it. We see it a lot in NA, and I'm glad we're seeing it now.
Yeah, and looking at the picks, you're going to look at Benny picking up this carry. We'll be able to burst down Khaled on this Uranus if you can get close enough, and I think that is a great answer to kind of chunk down those high HP heroes. Now, the only problem is Sawo with this Franco. I mean, he's been pretty accurate when it comes to getting these sets, right? I mean, the Franco prevailed in the last game against the Atlas, and I've been wondering this whole time, why haven't we been seeing Franco more often so far in the Phygital Games, you know, overseas and compared to what we see in North America? And right now we're seeing it work really well. Now, one thing that they are lacking for Deus Vult is Group CC. Yes, you have a little bit with the grenade bombardment from Weiser, but it's not enough, right? I mean, Khaled will be able to split push, will be able to possibly get neutral objectives, but they need to find a way to kind of get more Group CC in their midst, or it could be a very slippery slope.
Oh, exactly. And we'll kind of see. This is what I was saying. DV opts to go for the Ling. I kind of seen that coming. I felt like they really wanted to go the assassin route, which is why they picked up like the Franco, you know, like the only other tank that has a suppression that could possibly take care of the Ling here. So it's good to see it come out, but they opt to go for the Bakito and the Kufra. So that's also another crazy combo. I kind of like Falcon's draft, and I really like DV's draft so far.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I'm liking the way the draft is looking for both sides of the table. We just need to see what Sunset is going to pull in to kind of top off this draft. And he's going to go ahead and pick up that Eudora. Not something you see every day, but we'll be able to kind of stop Benny in his tracks, I guess, but definitely not something I would have anticipated.
Same thing for the Paquito too, you know, like if he's going to be trying to come in and 1-2 puncher, he's not able to do that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And so far, looking at what we're seeing, we're looking at a pretty balanced composition, I would say, from Falcon Esports. But when it comes to Deus Vult, it's a little scattered, right? I mean, I get that Eurodora can deal damage, but I feel like they could have just profited off of another mage, maybe a Farz or somebody with artillery. Could have been okay here. I mean, it is a Kufa and a Valentina though, so I guess worst case scenario, you're giving a Valentina your Dora's ultimate, which isn't the worst thing to go against. But I don't know if it was something I would have prioritized, as we're now jumping into the land of Dawn at Falcon Esports versus Deus Vult, best of 3 semifinals. Who will be able to close out this series?
Yeah, we can already see Falcon trying to put a little bit of pressure onto the Uranus. That is something you really want to do early in the game, because if you can focus on doing that, then you'll be golden. And it kind of seemed, if I'm not mistaken, that they went 2 into the EXP and the tank into mid here. So they're just trying to put as much pressure as physically possible onto Falcon. And oh my god, Royal Milk absolutely got milked.
Absolutely got milked, as we are still seeing the engagement on the way. Possibly you're looking at a first blood being drawn from Deus Vult, and look at that prediction rate. Everybody leaning toward the Deus Vult to close this out. It's just, even in the first game, it's just got a way stronger community behind them to possibly be able to close this out, or at least the odds are voted to be in their favor for this in this best of 3.
Gotta go with the people, man. The people don't, there's no such thing as a people curse, but there is a caster curse. So the crowd's definitely got it. Now, ooh, what a hook!
Is gonna drop down with the tips of blades, possibly gonna get a pick off, but not gonna be able to hit the mark. Very low, needs to get out. Feiyan almost falling in that engagement. You're looking at possibly a high kill game maybe on the way with how aggressive these teams are being in the early phase. But look at Royal Milk getting slowed down over there on the top side. Your Dora making her way to the top as well. Got careful. I mean, this is something we haven't seen in a while. The Phygital running in the XP lane.
Exactly. And I mean, you got to give it up to Simple. You know, like that bouncy ball is definitely something that's playing a key role into stopping wear on this Ling. And it's going to be a little hard. I mean, they do have the Fredrin, but I mean, that's a tank against an assassin. So they do have the split capability on DV. So let's see if they can utilize that. First turtle is slain here. Looks like Falcon Esports is a little bit behind. DV definitely absorbing a lot of their jungle and keeping up here. So hopefully they don't, you know, get absolutely snowballed like last time. But it does look like Ware is putting on a lot of pressure, controlling a lot of the jungle, and actually controlling a lot of the river in the land of Dawn. I don't know if Wheezy disappeared, but it sounds like, or looks like, I might be the only one here. So welcome to the Ico single cast experience. Royal Milk able to put down Sunset. Sao also falls. That looks like a double kill onto DV for Falcon. As we see, Hewlett, Weiser also getting 3-man ganked, crushed into the bottom lane there, but Feiyan also falls for overextending into the back line. So definitely, that's no problem. Looking like Sao hits a hook, but not too much, goes down. Simple trying to, you know, utilize and get a little bit of vision on the map. We'll see kind of what happens here. Again, PX7 trying to get some vision, kind of looking at some of the items. Adora looking to pick up Clock of Destiny next. Ling picking up the Corrosive Scythe, so still building a little bit into the attack speed. Did not keep his crossbow before he gets Windtalker, but that's okay. Working into something else. Weiser just being able to farm this tower. Benny, knowing that the team is there, trying to get out, flickers, gets away, the hook goes wide. As we see the turtle get taken by Fayan there, but in the middle, where getting a little pressured by Simple, but nothing that they can't take care of here. Again, Falcon able to secure a lot of the turtles, which is what's keeping them stable with DV at this point. Both teams kind of even at this moment. So I kind of want to see, we'll have to keep our eye out for a tide turner. You got to kind of look that Outlet over here is just applying a lot of pressure into the back line with this Uranus. The Tempest of Blade comes out onto Simple. Not enough people there to utilize the full Tempest of Blade. Sunset Lever in a lot of trouble as Simple is able to secure the kill there as Falcon 3 and 4-mans this. Looks like they want to get a 5-man push here. They're cutthroat in the middle tower. It does look like Outlet comes in. The Bloody Hunt does connect onto Simple. Saw-O is able to take it down. The turret does fall into the mid lane. Fei Yan's able to take out Soyo as the Tempest of Blade is happening into the back line. PX7 getting pushed, but Q-Lit does not want to let it go. Is able to grab a kill into the back line. A lot of pressure still being put onto Fei Yan, trying to get out of there, but Q-Lit does not want to let them go. Definitely Simple hitting a Tyrant's Rage onto Sunset Lover, sends them into the tower. Sunset Lovers falls. Royal Milk coming in and does take out Wiser as well. Falcon on a roll. DV a little bit on the defensive side. Simple coming in, does put a little bit of pressure on the Saw-O, but looks like Falcon Esports comes out on top in that engage. But Benji in a lot of trouble as the Tempest of Blade fully connects under the tower and is able to secure the kill easily. 1v1 where Fei Yan, though, once again able to secure the turtle. Both teams are just constantly going back and forth here. We see a lot of steel leggings being bought. Dominance Ice built by Falcon. Royal Milk to, sustain or to take on some of the sustainability of Q-Lit there. So it's going to be a tough time for him here. It's going to be a tough time. Let's see. Q-Lit still showing a lot of pressure, but Royal Milk really wants to 1v1 or put a little bit of pressure on him, utilizing him to get a lot of vision. Fei Yan invading in the jungle. Simple comes in with a Tyrant's Rage, able to shut down where killing spree initiated by Royal Milk, and he wants more. Sunset Lover. Royal Milk, though, has to run. The hook hits him. Saw Bloody Hunt connects onto Royal Milk, able to secure a solo kill there. All of Falcon trying to rotate to secure another turret. As we see both teams still, it is 1-by-1. Every pick is going in. Simple does try to get in there and stop Saw-O. Now Falcon really has to watch out for Saw-O here. And I feel like that's the win condition. If they can dodge the Franco, that's what can happen and change the tides. We do see a Wind Talker and a Corrosive Scythe picked up by Ling. So we're still waiting on Ling to come fully online by DV here, Wheezy.
Yeah, definitely by DV. Sorry about that, G. I did enjoy the Ico experience, though, on the solo casting. That was a very, very impressive. But yeah, as we are looking into the game so far, 8-8, evened out on the scoreboard. We got to figure out who can turn the tide. I mean, this is what we want to see, right? Ping pong back and forth. Anybody's game down to the wire on the final game, all the way to the third match. But the battle on the way in the mid-river. Sawa very low. Benny is going to take him down. Where? Going to jump, find PX7. But wait a minute. Battle's still going in. Royal Mint with the heavy left punch is going to find where. Knock him out. That is going to be 2 members falling for Deuce Vult. Falcon Esports may be able to take this objective now. Royal Milk caught between 2 members. Oh my goodness. Almost broke their ankles, but Wiser takes him down with the grenade bombardment. But the Lord still intact, and it looks like it is going to be taken down by Feiyan and his team. Benny does secure that, though. They don't use the retribution. They actually save the retribution for later. Not sure if I would have. That would have been crazy if they would have lost that one. But the Iron Hook does connect. Bloody Hunt for the suppression. Simple is going to fall. Wiser is going to secure that kill. But Feiyan jumping into the heart of the battlefield. Tips of Blade is just going to drop him down, though. Is going to get the knock up. But Feiyan is going to secure the kill. Is going to find where. Able to secure yet another member. A 1-for-1 trade. But the neutral objective in the hands of Falcon Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it up. Falcon, Royal Milk is quite... He's just out there. You know, he's being the biggest distraction you could possibly be. And I feel like that's just what they're doing at this point. You know, because every time they're able to secure a neutral objective, because Royal is kind of just taking on like 2 or 3 of them. But DV still, I mean, they're still on the defensive. Really, the Ling just hasn't came online just yet, but I do believe he's probably secured the correct items to come online now. So we just have to see. I think Wiser's been constantly being shut down. The Berserker Fury is finally picked up by the Ling. So the Ling is going to start doing a lot of damage here. The carry also has Windtalker, Golden Staff, Demon Hunter, and Corrosive Scythe. 4 key items here. So Benny, you got to watch out for Benny. If he gets into a team fight and he is not caught with a Bloody Hunt, he is also going to be online. At this 11-11 Tyrant's Rage.
It's going to go down the Terrify as well. Benny going to find Sawo. 1 member falling for Deuce Vaults. Can they get another? Look at QLEC try to get away with the mobility of this Uranus. Wiser able to kind of gap that distance as well. Not going to be picked off. You saw Falcon Esports trying to execute. They're looking to close this game out. But Deuce Vult, they just have to play safe, right? Wait for them to make a mistake. There's too many times where we see teams get too eager and too confident when it comes to this phase. And if you just wait for them to make that mistake on this aggressive stance that they're taking, this could be what Deuce Vult needs to turn it around.
Exactly. I mean, again, it's coming into a little bit into the late game. A 5K goldish. This is, if Falcon really wants to, you know, secure a dub here, they need to secure this Lord and end it. Now, DV, if they can keep holding out, they'll have the chance that they could possibly, you know, make a comeback. But again, Franco getting into the late game, you got to really, really get into the late game for them, for the Francos, like single hook to be able to, you know, actually secure something. If they can catch Benny, or if they can actually shut down Fei Yin, then I think they could secure a Lord and then finally get some breathing room. But right now, Falcons just secured almost every single neutral objective.
That's right. And now with them down to their inhibitor turret, it's going to be a very hard defense to be able to push them out. I mean, you're looking at a Luminous Lord making his way in, and only inhibitors to defend Deuce Volts right there. They may be able to close this out. I mean, this is everything down to the wire, right? This is the final push that they need if they want to move forward to the grand finals. All they need to do is pierce the hearts of Deuce Vult. But Deuce Vult sitting strong. Look at them standing in the base, ready, grouped up, just waiting as this Lord is going to march down. You're going to go ahead and see them get that purple buff, winding up for this intensive battle on the way. But the battle's already starting on the top side. Royal Milk! Maybe expired. He is going to be bursted. No, he's going to get out. Biddy is going to go ahead and claim the inhibitor for the mid lane. Lord is at about 65% HP. But nobody has fallen in this engagement. This was a very passive play. I would have expected Falcon Esports to kind of execute that a little bit more flawlessly. But no, they kind of struggled on finding a way in. They got the inhibitor they were looking for, but they didn't get really any kills. But there it goes. Big knock up with the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge. Not going to hit the stun on the wall. Fan is going to get a kill. It's going to go ahead and take down Sunset Lover. But wait a minute, Praise's Wrath. He's gonna drop down Speedy Light Wheels as well. Will hit the mark. Will find Sawo. That is gonna be 3 members left, trying to fend off the full team of Falcon Esports. Soaring high in the sky, Rowan Milks is gonna find Wiser. Look at Timson Blade dropping down. Not enough. And the Falcons fly high, take down Deus Vult, and move on to the grand finals of the Phygital Games.
Definitely a good game. DV tried their best, man. I mean, they put their all into it, but the Falcons fly high. Look at the sportsmanship here. The teamwork, they love it. I love it. I mean, let's go. I mean, they're hot and ready. Let's see if they can take it. They secured their first spot into the grand finals. Now, moving on to the next, DV goes into the 3rd place bracket where they'll fight the loser of the next match here coming up. Falcon, hey, GG's. They put in a good fight. They did get taken down one time, but hey, they came back, and again, it looks like they're about to go shake the other team's hands. So great again. Great again. Great sportsmanship.
Yes, sir. Great sportsmanship indeed. As you are seeing 15-11 MVP going to Fayam with that Fredrin. Looking at the damage dealt, 30% into the hands of Benny. Almost PX7 catching up to him over there. A great game. Nonetheless, able to take all the neutral objectives and close it out with a fast finish. And now we have our official grand finalists. And now, moving forward, we got to see who will be able to claim that remaining seat.
No, exactly. And I mean, it's all going to come down to it. Both teams gave it their all. Again, like I was saying, Royal Milk kind of was just the distraction for Falcon. You know, Where was kind of, even though I suspected the Ling to be a pick here, it just didn't fit well into this comp that they dealt with. Mainly because Simple was pretty good on that Kufra pick. So again, we'll have to see what they do here.
Yeah, definitely have to see what they do there. I mean, that's what we wanted to see all the way to a game 3, and then we got to see the solo Ico casting experience. I mean, what more could we have had right there, right? It was amazing. But hey, I mean, Falcon Esports, they were able to fly high, right? I mean, even the voting, though, everybody was voting for Deus Vult to close that out, and it looks like they defied the odds and were able to move on forward. So if that wasn't enough pressure, then I don't know what is. Amazing victory, nonetheless. So to see our grand finalists fight it out, or be able to fight it out, that's going to be fun. I mean, it'll be live tomorrow to be able to watch that one, but that is the first seat done, right? So now we will be rotating here momentarily to the other one. We got one more series of the day. With me and my favorite co-caster, GD Ico. A little funny sidebar for those out there. Me and him actually, we were neighbors on the same street. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
But yeah, and
from a whole new world.
A whole new world, and we've been working together on the scenes for North America. So it's just a pleasure to be able to see all these amazing teams who we still keep up to date with. Like, we know them, but to be able to be a part of this event, definitely shout out to Phygital Games. It's huge, right? It's even for us as casters to see this level of competition. And speaking of level of competition, for that amazing semifinals game, Mr. MVP, most valuable player, goes into the hands of Fayan. 3-1-9 KDA, 19% damage, and just overall a monster for Falcon Esports.
Exactly. I mean, we see the Fredrin shine, and then we also see it fall sometimes. But in this time, Fayan actually capitalized on this Fredrin very well, secured almost every single objective. So it's nice to see. And I mean, all you can say is congrats. I mean, hard work pays off.
Yeah, hard work definitely pays off indeed. Able to secure that victory, that hard-fought best-of-3 all the way to a game 3. Not the easiest thing to do. And, you know, I wonder where they're going to go from here. Moving on to the grand finals. They only lost one game so far. They've only lost one match, matter of fact. They've won every single series, but lost one match, and that was in this series. So Deus Vult definitely able to kind of get a little minor victory in that major battle. But speaking of battles, G, why don't you go ahead and tell us about this bracket on the way?
Yeah, so looking at the bracket, we're into the semifinals now. Team Lilgun versus Flux Impunity is up next, but Falcon Esports did just win against Deus Vult here and moves them down to the 3rd place bracket, which will be done tomorrow during the finals. So our next game, Team Lilgun versus Flux Impunity. Both teams, they're showing out. I mean, Flux Impunity definitely did quite the crawl to make it here. And this would be the first time we've seen Team Lilgun play. So I think it is gonna again be a pretty good match here. Hopefully again, maybe it'll be a 2-1 to go best full of 3.
That's exactly what I want to happen as well. I mean, best of 3s all the way to a game 3. What more could you ask for? Team Lilgun, you know, they're kind of tied in the record now because I believe they only lost 1 match as well. They're if they can win this series with a sweep, then they'd be tied up with Falcon Esports. But Flux Impunity, you know, the team out there from Turkey, definitely a force to be reckoned with. If anybody can give them a hard game, it's definitely them. We've been seeing them dominate even in MSC. They had a really good run, and that's where we kind of started paying a close eye to them. And I believe, as we kind of stated when we were having, you know, a discussion, some of the members from Flux Impunity came from Incendio Supremacy, who we've seen inside of M4. So that is a pretty much the superstar team coming out of Turkey, Turkey's finest, ready to fight it out. So I think if you thought last game was explosive, then this one's definitely gonna be one for the books. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in so far. We will be back with you guys momentarily for the final series of the day, the final semifinals match of the day. See you guys soon.
February 2024. Russia presents, for the first time in history, an innovative international sporting event, Games of the Future. A cross-border tournament that combines physical and digital dimensions, bringing together sports, esports, and advanced technologies. Teams from every corner of the world will gather to compete across physical and digital challenges, each seeking glory and the chance to take home a portion of the impressive prize pool. Established by presidential decree and supported by top government officials the world over, this is the birth of the sporting future. For the first time, the physical and digital worlds will be woven together to create a new era of Phygital sports with one core mission: the promotion and development of a well-balanced individual. Digital gameplay enhanced by the energy of the crowd. You no longer need to choose between a ball or a gamepad. Here, the winners are crowned by achieving the best overall score across both traditional sports and digital gameplay. Games of the Future consists of 5 tournament clusters called Challenges. Sports Challenge, combining a selection of traditional sports disciplines with their video game counterparts, featuring Phygital knockout competitions where athletes must show their hybrid skills across both the digital and physical fields to play. Tactical Challenge, a contest in which athletes must demonstrate their team gameplay in tactical combat esports and show off their physical skills in a modern laser tag competition. Battle Challenge, an array of esports teams compete in popular strategy games, all hoping for a place in the giant live stadium final. Speedrun Challenge, pitting competitors against one another in a classic speedrun video game, as well as a real-world obstacle course. Technical Challenge, athletes compete across an array of high-tech device-led sports, including robot battles, drone racing, cyber-athletics, and virtual reality games. This groundbreaking first-of-its-kind sports event will unite competitors and fans, offer up a new generation of sporting heroes, and provide an entirely new, emotionally driven audience experience. Millions of people around the world will become a part of Games of the Future movement by following live streams across digital and streaming platforms and attending live events. The inaugural Games of the Future will be held in February 2024. The host of the first games, Kazan, will greet thousands of athletes and teams from more than 100 countries. The taste of victory. New sporting heroes. Boundless emotion. And open to every country of the world. By uniting sports and technology, we unite the world. Games of the Future. Made in Russia for generations to come.
Phygital игры в Казани.
Пока моменты гранд-финала и второй карты Mobile Legends своим там была действительно борьба.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to Phygital Games. My name is Stephweezy alongside GD Ico, and currently we're on day 3, the quarterfinals and the semifinals for this amazing tournament. And right now we're on the semifinals, the second series. Get to see two amazing teams ready to go head-to-head to see who can make it to the top, right? I mean, we just casted an amazing series, G. It was phenomenal all the way to a game 3. I'm hoping between these two we can get the same effect as we slowly get into the draft. And looking at the matchups, right, we got Team Lilgun going up against Fire, Flux, Impunity, a team all the way out from Turkey, a superstar team who had some of the members from Incendio Supremacy that we've seen dominate back in M4. Now back in the scene with a new lineup and also a new team name, so I can't wait to see where this goes. But Team Lilgun, kind of talk about them for a little bit, right? Newer on the scene, not too much data to really pull to see what this team's
not
about.
Much at all.
Yeah, it's an incognito is what we're gonna be calling them. But
Team Lilgun,
nonetheless,
dark horse.
Yeah, they definitely showed up, and they're not playing any games. They're one of the top teams so far through the group stage and through this entire event, who has the best record. So we'll be seeing them go head-to-head up against Fireflux Impunity. I can't wait to see which way this goes, but nonetheless, it is going to be a best of 3, and it's going to be our final series for today to secure that spot in the grand finals to go up against Falcon Esports.
Exactly. I mean, all that we know is that they're from Mongolia, right? So
I couldn't even find that. I was surfing.
That's the only information I know, is that they're from Mongolia. They're doing pretty well, it seems, like Weezy pointed out. I mean, they only lost one game, and the one game that they lost to was to DV, which is who just got beat by Falcon. So if I had to guesstimate their power level, I would say that they're about equal to Falcon at this point, because also DV took about 1 on Falcons. So I feel like, it's like a little gun and Falcon are about equivalent. So seeing them fight in the finals would be quite interesting. But looking at Fireflux Impunity, again, they're a little bit of a mixture of a team that I've seen at M4 as well. So I mean, they do have some pro players, some really good pro player experience, and some real live stage experience as well on Fireflux Impunity. So I want to really see how they fight compared to more of the new guys on the show.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we want to see. How do you scale to teams that are a little bit more known across the world, right? But this is how you get your name out there, by taking out some of the more known teams. And I mean, with what the record is showing, they can do it. I mean, they're already beating them in terms of, like, on paper stats when it comes to the Phygital Games. So that's something that we will be kind of keeping a close eye on as we progress through this final series, this best of 3 that we and you are both hoping to see go all the way to a game 3. But us also, we're still going to keep manifesting it. We're not going to let it go. We want to see the Angela at least in one game. Just let somebody pick it. Just let us see what has Angela been doing, man, because we got to know. I don't feel like our life will be complete if we don't see this, G.
No, exactly. I feel that. But hey, we'll see if that does come true. I do got to say that little gun's like symbol it kind of looks like a fox, or maybe I don't know, the facial structure kind of seems like some type of animal. Yeah. So maybe they're just beasts, inside. they're ready to attack. And Fireflux kind of looks like an imp or a flame, something flamey. I don't know, some mythical creature. So we'll see how this battle turns out. But I do feel like it's going to be quite interesting. kind of looking at some of the rosters that we see here, Weezy.
That's right. Looking at the matchup for the semifinals, final series of the day, looking at Lilgun. So they got Forbid, Ethan, Bebex, Zora, and Aizen going up against Flux Impunity with Alien, Tienzi, Rosa, Sunshine, and Apex 47 ready to fight it out, ready to claim their spot in the grand finals.
It's definitely, hey, this is the day. This is the day. I know it said best of 5 there at the bottom, but it's a best of 3 if I'm not mistaken. So the grand finals definitely gonna be best of 5. But moving forward, I can't wait to see these teams play. I want to see what Lilgun brings to the show. They seem like they were an unstoppable force in Group A, and I mean they were in the same group with Flux. So at some point they actually did have to fight or play against Lilgun, and Lilgun did 2-0 them. So this is a redemption match. Redemption match for the grand final spot. So I hope that Fimp definitely learned from whatever they came into when they first Lilgun in round 1 of Group A. So we'll see how this turns out.
Yep, and that's what we're going to be looking forward to in this final game. I mean, I want to see how they got to this point, right? And if they can keep that momentum going. I mean, to be able to win majority of your games and only take 1 loss is not the easiest thing to pull off, right? It definitely speaks to the caliber that this team is able to compete on. And speaking of the teams, Lilgun stepping onto the stage, looking ready to take on the world. And here
I was about to say, there's only 3 of them. The other 2 came later.
And it looks like they're ready to take on the competition. I mean, speaking of competition, G.
And then now we have Flux Impunity stepping on the stage here. You know, I love their emblem here. As they're coming out, they're literally the most chilled, relaxed people ever. If you ever watch them, they just literally kick their shoes off and then they're chilling here. So I want to see what they bring to the show. Again, the 4th person in their lineup, definitely a player. We do look like that we have a barcode up on the screen. If you guys scan that with your cell phone, you'll be able to, you know, submit some reviews and help the streaming platform increase the quality to your expectations.
That's right. Help us become better. We are here for you just as much as these teams are here to compete and earn their spot in the grand finals. Now, I will say they did look pretty relaxed for Flux Impunity stepping out there, right? They looked like they're pretty confident. But I would say that for Lilguns, they didn't seem as relaxed, but they seemed cool, calm, and collective. So I think their heads are in the right place, and that's something good to see. You know, how are the teams kind of feeling about it? I mean, we've been to in-person events, G, out here in North America, you know, seeing some of our powerhouse teams like BTK outplay, you know, back then the Ohio brothers kind of competing, and you could just see the different dynamic when players who have never competed on a stage before, you know, get up there, and it definitely affects their performance. And right there, from what I'm seeing from these 2 teams, it seems like their head is in the right place, and that's definitely going to help them have a more efficient game as we are going to be making our way into the draft here momentarily. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens today, right? I mean, nonetheless, history is in the making. Phygital Games number 9. And the picks have been interesting. I mean, if we just talk about the difference in meta so far from what we've seen in North America, I think one of the biggest things is we like to prioritize things like the R-Lot, the Navaria. But then when we come over here, you know, we see things that we never thought would even be banned be prioritized early in the draft. And it just shows you just how 3-dimensional meta is when it comes to different regions, and even in North America the same way. But it's just amazing to see how they kind of perform on these heroes that you would think aren't really, you know, top of the tier. So with this match, hopefully you know, we see some great things on the way, is it is a best of 3. This is going to be a best of 3. It's the semifinals. So no, it will be. It's the semifinals, not the grand finals. But
hey, it's looking a little wild out here. It says BO5. Nah. But something I wanted to point out, Weezy, is that when Lilgun and Fireflux Impunity went together, like they fought the very first time, and Angela actually did sneak through the lineup. Lilgun actually did secure an Angela to play, so maybe we'll see that come through. It does seem like that their jungle knows how to play a little bit of a mixture of assassin and tanky heroes, as it seems like a lot of people do. Already banning out the Joy. Interesting, we haven't actually seen that banned out recently, so I kind of want to see what they come with. It does seem marksman wise, they actually, the game that they won with an Angela, they didn't even have a marksman.
So we have to blame them for this then. This is why we're not seeing the Angela. But that means we probably a very high chance we're not going to see it in this series, especially if they were the ones that caused this catastrophe. But you are going to go ahead and see that Navaria taken off the board. I mean, this is kind of feeling more like our home territory, G, when it comes to us, you know, drafting and seeing, you know, teams from our region going through this phase. Now, the Joy's been taken off the table. Is it the right decision, though? I mean, Kaja was still available. It could have been a possible answer to the Joy. I'm wondering where this draft is going to go, because when you take out the Joy, you're letting a lot of heroes kind of walk, and you only have one pick when it comes to the first phase of the draft when you're on the blue team for the first pick.
Oh, exactly. So, a little crazy. Got rid of the Fanny. Neither team played the Fanny, so maybe they're just anticipating maybe a Fanny kind of comes out there. Of course, seeing the Fanny gone is nice. Maybe they'll attempt to ban the Ling as well, but maybe not. Maybe that is what they're attempting to go for, is that they want the Ling out here.
Yeah, and then also, I mean, we've been seeing the Uranus be proud. A lot of the mages have been taken out in a lot of these matches we've been casting today as well. I mean, we see the Eve getting taken out, the Valentina as well. I see the Valentina possibly be getting taken off the board for Fireflux. Not going to want that to walk unless they're going to have a strategy to go up against that draft pressure. But speaking of, you know, mages, the Eve has been taken off the table for Fireflux, trying to limit the mid lane hero pool.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta always, I feel like the mid lane is where everything shines, right? Like your tank and your mid lane is kind of what makes the rotations, and how you're able to rotate and synergize with your team, and once you get that going, you're able to scale. It does look like Fimp is over here. It looks like they're doing a lot of notating and you know, taking notes. I mean, I like it. It shows you know, that they have the ability to analyze and respond to certain things. They are also taking their time, which is a good thing to see. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I seen a drawing of a giraffe on that sketch pad, so I like it. I like it.
It's the new Mobile Legends hero. It's a spoiler. There you go. It's gonna be a draft, guys. Just be watching out for it. I'll let y'all pick what hero skills it'll have, but. As we are looking at the draft so far, the Uranus got taken off the table, and there goes the Ling. Oh my goodness. Gee.
Lilgun.
Did we
I don't know if they'll play it. I don't know if they'll play it with the Ling being gone, but it'd be interesting. I think that's what they're attempting to go for here. So, like, maybe if Lilgun doesn't take the Angela pick, that Fireflux Impunity is going to be able to take it. You know, I feel like we're going to see it here, Weezy.
That's what I'm hoping for. I mean, we've been talking about this all day, ready for it to get picked up, and they're giving us exactly what we wanted. I mean, all we need to see now is it be slotted in. But the question is, when do you pick the Angela in the draft? Like, do you pick it first, or do you wait until the draft's almost finished? But if you pick it early, I mean, you could pick something up to kind of counter it. I mean, you could pick up like the Esmeralda to kind of, you know, make the most out of the situation. But there it goes. Yeah. It's not first pick. They're gonna go ahead and take up the Fredrin and allow Fireflux Impunity, Rosa, to slot that in alongside Tinsy for the Boxia.
It's interesting. I mean, a Boxia-Angela combination, I feel like, is just going to be almost an unstoppable quick force, you know? Like, they're going to be just hunting you down. So I want to see how they can possibly respond to this, but I do believe that Angela is going to make it or break it here. I do have to say that she has a 100% win rate, so normally if a team picks it up, they're most likely gonna win based off of stats.
That's right, and you know, numbers definitely don't lie, but it's gonna boil down to the execution. I mean, the last time we seen the Angela really profit was on the other side of the table. It was Lilgun that pulled that out. So I mean, this is a different team running the same hero. Can they execute it to that same level of you know, gameplay that Lilgun can do? And that's what we're gonna kind of be focusing on. Was it worth banning out every single game of all the series today? Time will tell. But speaking of drafting, Ethan locked in this Minotaur, is gonna have that group CC. There is not gonna be a Diggy in effect, so I think it's a valuable option.
No, I mean, could be interesting to go with. The carry I like, because we already see Lilgun picking very defensive comps. Charizla gonna have some tanky items. Fredrin gonna have tanky items. Minna's gonna have tanky items. So I feel like Sunshine could actually shine when it comes into the mid game to late game with this carry.
That's right. I mean, who wouldn't want a little bit of sunshine in their life? I feel like Sunshine should be the one playing Angela. It just seems like it would be an Angela type name. But you're right. I mean, I like the carry pickup, as you stated. The beefy composition over there from Lilgun. You need somebody to be able to burst them down, and that's what carry's going to provide. So especially even with the Minotaur, Carry can have an easier time. He's not like he can deflect the Speedy Light Will, so all of them are going to pretty much be punished when it comes to the late game on this Carry. Now, speaking of punishing though, I see a lot of CC, I see a lot of frontline sustainability, but I don't see a lot of damage from Lilgun so far. So we need to figure out what marksman will they slot in to go up against this Carry, or what are they going to slot in for, you know, the damage dealer in the possible mid lane. We don't know the mage matchup yet, and I mean, you are going to be going up against, well, there's no mage on either side. So I mean, the Valentina is still available so far.
I mean, Valentina would be a kinda a good go here, right? Because you could steal the Heart Guard from Angela, and I feel like that's one of the biggest aspects for Angela. Of course they can heal, but that's what you got the Minna for. So I do think it could possibly be a good counter to it. But again, like you said, Esmeralda would be as well, but we already see it, EXP picked up. No way it's gonna go roam. And there's no way Fredrin's gonna be anything but jungle at this point. So it's kind of like counting cards at this, but we're counting draft cards.
That's right. I mean, you could even slot the Esmeralda on Flux Impunity's draft and it'd be okay. I mean, they'd be very sustainable with the Angela to top that off. I mean, that's like getting Thanos with all the Infinity Stones right there. But looking at what we have, you know, for Flux Impunity, I mean, they have great damage from Sunshine. They have frontline presence from TNZ on this jungler Boxia. And the thing about Boxia is he can rotate around the map at a very fast rate. He has mobility. He also is very tanky. And he can provide that slow needed and drop down that Turtle's Pursuant. So you top that off with the Angela, and it's a really good combination. It kind of reminds me of a Blacklist like Ube strat hybrid, right? I mean, it's like a support, but then you're also running that tank jungle to kind of help it out. Like I feel like it's a really good composition that a lot of teams oftentimes overlook nowadays. So speaking of overlooking, wait a minute.
That's an Angela mid. That is an Angela mid or a Diggy Gold. No. Carry jungle, Diggy Gold.
Diggy could go mid. You don't think so?
I don't know. I don't think so. You'd want Angela. She's faster.
Yeah,
who knows,
I guess that is true. That is true. Plus the Angela would probably run. This is gonna be interesting though. I mean, Yeah, I guess they wanted an answer for the Minotaur, but I don't know if that was the right decision, as they're going to be lacking damage. I mean, they're going to be lacking a lot. I mean, unless Diggy goes damage or Angela builds, you know, more of the damage route instead of CDR, but we'll have to see as we make our way through this draft. But speaking of drafting, there it goes. The Valentina has stepped into the playing field, slotted in.
Hey, yo. I mean, Lilgun's draft is looking mighty enticing. But I gotta say, the Angela pick is also mighty enticing. Also, you gotta think that they have the Boxia as well, which is a great counter to a lot of the sustainability that they're building on Lilgun as well. And not only that, is if Angela builds any type of anti-heal, then that's just anti-heal on anti-heal at this point. And we're just stacking.
That's right. And, you know, it's definitely going to be an interesting composition. But how do they tie it all in together when it comes to the group engagements? Because I see the Boxia rushing in. I can see the Heart Guard maybe attached to him to keep him alive. And I see the carry maybe in the back line dealing some damage, and the Diggy dropping the first times to try and grab them up with the CC. But when we look at Lilgun's, I feel like their composition's a little bit more focused for the team fights, right? I mean, you have a penalty zone that can drop down. You have a Fredrin who can rush in with the energy eruption. You have the Claude for the back line, and you have a Minoan Fury to top that off. But the Minoan Fury pretty much is not going to be an effect in this game, considering there is that Diggy. But something that does work in their favor is, since there is a Diggy, he's going up against a lot of CC. All they got to do is use one of those frontline heroes to bait out that time journey, and I think they'll be fine. The Fredrin can do it.
Exactly.
The Teresa can do it, or the Minotaur, and they'll still be able to have the group set potential.
No, exactly. I mean, it just all depends. I feel like Rosa is going to be constantly ulting Sunshine, because I just feel like the carry at this point is going to be the win condition for Fimp, just because of how tanky we're looking at Team Lilgun.
Yeah, and speaking of the teams, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the last series for the semifinals of the Phygital Games. Team Lilgun versus Flux Impunity in a best of 3. The audience predictions are out, and Lilgun 69% voted to win this series, compared to the 31% for Flux Impunity. But me and G both can attest to teams able to kind of defy the odds and still win, even when everybody thinks it's not in their corner.
Yeah. What I really want to see here by Fimp is the Diggy gonna be too much support, but Aizen, ooh, what a flicker to get around. He's able to get away from that spinny wheel. That was a good play to escape and get away from Tyson. But back to what I was saying is that I wonder if, you know, a Diggy Angela, like you said, depending on what she's going to attempt to build, because she does have the support emblem on the Angela. Is the Angela and the Diggy going to be too much of a support, even though the Diggy does have Impure Rage?
You know, that's what we're going to be looking forward to watching. I mean, it is Impure Rage, it is Diggy on the damage, but that double support effect, I've seen it be costly to teams and not be able to work in their favor. I think it's going to boil down to execution. They have a very strong backline presence. I mean, even with Rosa, right? If Rosa builds the typical Angela build that we're seeing, she's not going to have much defense. She's really going to go in for like that Ice Queen wand and attach herself to whoever she's by to be able to kind of help give that slow, which means they won't have a lot of defense outside of this Boxia pick. So speaking of pickoffs, battle on the way in, the Turtle Pit Heart Guard activated. You are looking at the time journey go down. Azora is going to go ahead and pick up this turtle for Team Lilgun. Rose is going to draw first blood. Aizen's going to find Apex 47. Ooh. Ethan did fall over there in that process to Rosa, though, with that Heart Guard attachment, and that is going to be 1 for 1 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a great mid lane. Ooh. Alien really low, not able to put too much control of his own lane. Though Sunshine is definitely winning their lane. You can already see the gold plating is missing, but while talking in the top, Alien does fall to MN Forbid. Looks like we might see some more plays happening. But back to what I was saying is that it does look, again, like Sunshine is scaling. Mainly because the Diggy just does not seem to be leaving the area. And it doesn't look like Lilgun is attempting to reply to that just yet, but they are setting up for something.
They are setting up for an engagement. Hard guard activated. TNZ looking like the Tasmanian Devil going out there trying to get a pick off the immobilization. Appraiser's Wrath drops down. The knock up from the Minoan Fury. Not going to be able to stun him long enough, but Forbid is going to rush in. Last minute takedown. Apex 47. The spinning wheel from TNZ connecting onto Ethan, but now may have costed him his life trying to get away. The chase, the hot speed pursuit. Can they close the distance? No, TNZ will be able to get out of there with barely any HP. He is going to have to recall back to the base, and that is going to be 3-1 on the board so far. Team Lilgun leading in kills.
This is what I'm saying. Like, the teams just aren't, they're not greedy like we are in America. But Alien be impressed.
That's right, be impressed. The Appraiser's Wrath drops down. You are going to see Aizen with Execution Strike trying to deal some damage over there to TNZ, but he's able to sustain a majority of that. Didn't even need Angela to heal him right there. And that's just showing you the power of the Boxia, the tank jungler for Fireflux Impunity.
Definitely. And, I mean, we're going to be seeing the first turtle attempt here. Looks like Lilgun might actually have a little bit of an advantage being able to approach it first as the Boxia is kind of rolling in. Let's see who's going to get it, but a hard guard up here on Aizen. Rosa wants it.
Ooh, almost able to take him down, but he is going to escape. But the battle for the Turtles are going to pick up the second neutral objective yet again for Team Lilgun, and now the punish going in for blood, but the Speedy Wills, TNT again able to escape the damage, but falling short to these objectives. And now look at the invasion inside of that purple buff. Time Journey goes out before, but is going to find Apex 47. The double support not working the way they wanted it to. Apex picking up his third death within the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it up to TNZ, just kind of backing off of that buff. He knew better. I mean, he just couldn't get that buff. There was 4 of them against him, but he's going to come in for this play, though.
Ethan is going to find Apex 47. Sunshine is going to recall back. Heartguard being proc, can he get there in time? Is going to grab up TNZ to sustain himself on the 4v1. He's going in for the fight. He needs to pull his punches. It's definitely not going to work in his favor. Angelus pops up right next to him right there. It looks like they will be able to defend themselves off. Just some overall sustainability, but not translating into these objectives and still being punished. TNZ not letting go. Very low. Reverse time is going to pull back Ethan. Time Journey trying to keep TNZ alive. He is still in the game. Wait a minute. The stun TNZ gets away. He's not going back. Why does he keep going in? Apex is going to take down Ethan. Sunshine actually secures that kill. My goodness. And I don't know how many times TNZ can escape with 1 HP in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely wild. You know, I did not suspect him to be able to get away from that, but just the slow and the pressure was phenomenal by that team. Again, it does look like maybe they just don't have enough damage yet right now. The Boxia, the Angela, and the Diggy are just... And then the Thamus, right? Like, these are all people that just don't have a lot of burst damage. They're really relying on Sunshine.
That's right, relying on Sunshine, and hopefully they'll be able to prevail. But looks like a little bit of shade being thrown in there from Team Lilgun, trying to deal some damage, trying to increase this lead they already have. Zora is going to claim the third turtle of the game, now leading by 4,000 gold, which means they definitely have more items in the bank to be able to clash this out and win. You're going to see the Heart Guard be activated. You are going to see the knock-up Minoan Fury dropping down. Orbit is going to rush in, find Alien. Can they get another? TNZ still hit with the Heart Guard, still being sustained by Rosa. They are going to be able to find a member, and looks like they're going to shift focus to the top lane. They do have the separation. It looks like they may be able to claim this turret.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to be able to claim this top turret. I mean, they've already taken the mid turret, and to be honest, Fimp just doesn't have any turrets. Like, they're not able to push. Again, it's about a 5k gold lead, so the more towers they keep taking, the farther they're gonna snowball. And what? They might be able to get a play here.
Yeah, play on the way. TNZ is gonna find Eisen on a 3v1. Now, we kind of mentioned Sunshine, right? You're gonna be a menace when it comes to the late game, especially bursting down Eisen, Ethan, and also Bebex, but needs to get to that point, and this may be what they need right here, as you are going to see. No, looks like they are going to disengage, not the fight they wanted to take, and I'm okay with that, right? I mean, as long as they don't lose any members in the process, that's fine. A little bit of that stalemate in the bottom lane.
No, exactly. I mean, what they really need to do is get some split pushing, but I just don't think they have that capability with this team comp either. So if they get pushed into a corner, it's going to be really, really hard for them to come back. The only positive outlook that Fimp has right now is that Sunshine is 1-0-1, and looks like they might be able to take down Babex.
Oh, he didn't use his BMI to go back. Sunshine is going to take him down in the mid lane, though. You are seeing Eisen going to go ahead and split push these minions and the bottom side as well. But the fight and the push are going to be able to open up the lane on the top side, claim their first turret of this game. Flux Impunity, but Zlor on the bottom side is going to claim the tier 2, but responded back from a tier 2 taken from them as well. The Lord has spawned in. They need to get there in time. They're not starting it, though. They don't have their marksman in play, so they could possibly punish.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't want to overextend like this and get punished. But, I mean, it's about to be a 4v3 if the team can make it in. Angela is still alive.
And the reverse time going down. Heart guard activated by Rosa. Will proc into TNZ yet again, but the Minoan Fury for the quad knock-up. You're going to see the Blaze duet go in the time journey as well to negate the CC. TNZ still being sustained over there by Rosa. They are going to find Ethan, take him down. But wait a minute, Bebe's trying to run for dear life. Alien gonna pull him up into the UFO. Sunshine gonna find Forbid. Killing spree activated. 3 members falling for Team Lilgun. TNZ, the jungler for Flux Impunity, was the only one who fell in that engagement, but that means they don't have retribution, but they are still gonna go in for this Lord.
I mean, hey, why not? I mean, they're still trying to put a lot of pressure onto the Fred here.
Whoa!
Ooh.
Huge Appraiser's Wrath connecting, but he needs to get around and not going to be able to hit the mark as he did get bursted down over there, and that's going to be a free Lord for Flux Impunity after that bloodbath that we've seen. And they needed to find a way to kind of turn this around, right? They were kind of struggling in the beginning. They didn't have any turrets, but now the map is slowly starting to even up.
Yeah, even up, and this Lord gave him that breathing room, you know. They got a couple kills, kind of, you know, shut down Forbid, and, you know, that changed the tide. Now the economy is pretty much equal. If they can actually secure the middle turret, then I feel like they'll definitely be winning more team fights. They just have so much sustainability with the Diggy and the Angela that when it comes to team fights, if they are extended team fights, Fimp's more likely to win than IG.
Yeah, and it looks like that's their game plan, right? They know they have the advantage, or at least we're able to even out the score, so they're very confident. But the bottom siege for Bibix, trying to take him down. Blazing duet. Look at him trying to get out BMI for the separation. Does he escape, though? I mean, he's right on his heels, not trying to let him go. Missing the hot pursuit chase, but no, there it goes again, the stun. Oh my goodness. 1, 2, you are out. But battle in the mid lane. Minions are in plane. That's right. There we go. 3, 4, asking for more in the mid lane. Tinsy joining the party. First time may be on the way. Here it goes. They are going to try and crack open the base.
Looking to end this.
There it goes. Can they get the finish? Flux Impunity sitting strong. Wants to take game 1. Time journey going out. Giving everything they got. But is it enough to win this match? Zora and also Forbid left to defend. Inhibitor being crashed into on the top side while the Heart Guard is hugging on to Tinsy. They do have the sustainability. They can stay in this fight and close it out. Minions are in the mid lane, and Speedy Light Wheels Look at how many speedy rivals are attacking the base. Fire, Flux, Impunity coming alive, taking game 1 in the semifinals. What a matchup, able to take down Lilgun.
I just want to say Angela still got 100% win rate. a great draft. Like I said, Fimp lost to Lilgun last time 2-0. So now we're already seeing different tides in the semifinals right now. We're seeing Fimp being able to secure a win against Lilgun, against some of the new people in the squad. Again, like I said, a lot of these guys actually have on-stage experience, but kind of looking at the stats here, the Boxia was such a good play. But again, like I said, they really needed to rely on Sunshine. So Sunshine really going that 4-0-3 is kind of what won them the game here, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, did you see all those speedy light wheels at the end? He was messing around when it came to closing that out. And the Angela and the Diggy, the double support method working in their favor. It almost looked like it wasn't going to work, though. I mean, for the majority of the game, Team Lilgun had the advantage, but in the blink of an eye, everything changed, and they were able to close it out. I mean, just look at the team fight participation from all of them, stacked up over 60%, definitely focusing on the objectives together as a team. And one match down in the semifinals. This is going to be Fire, Flux, Impunity taking down Lilgun. How do they turn this back around to even out the series?
I mean, if I had to say it, it's
Go ahead.
probably Dan Angela.
Oh, gee, that's yes, that was exactly what I thought you were about to say right there. But look at our MVP.
Our MVP, TNZ here on the Boxia, 3-1-7, 24% damage. Definitely a roam god, being all over the jungle, securing the retries. But again, I still I give it up to a combination of the carry and the Boxia here, because they were the front line and she was the back.
And now jumping back in. That was an interesting breakdown as we are now looking at this amazing semifinals, right? The Boxia. I mean, this is the second Boxia that we've seen today. Slotted in. We're starting to see a little bit of a recurring pattern over here for what is defined as meta, right? I mean, I guess we can both agree some of the hot picks for mages so far have been what? The Kadita, the Eve, the Kagura slipped in here and there. The Valentina's definitely had a strong presence for goal laners. I think we've been seeing a lot more of the Claude pretty much picked up in every single series. Maybe saw a Leslie slip here and there in a Clint and a Beatrix, but I'm starting to get an overall understanding. But when it comes to the XP lane, I think we can both agree on who's the powerhouse XP laner. And I think this is just universal for every region. That's the Uranus dominating, even though we've seen the Uranus take a loss today up against the Dyroth.
Yeah. And I mean, hey, it happens. But I do have to say that they did good. I liked it. Fimp definitely had the better draft. The Diggy, questionable. You know, Angela, I was like, yeah. But in the end, the combination of just all the shields, man, if they would have just picked up an Esmeralda, Lilgun would have had a field day.
We've been like trying to like throw these little things in here. You know, I mean, we saw when we were talking about the Franco coming out, we're like, where's the Franco at? Why are you not picking Franco? And then, hey, Franco comes out twice and they win twice.
Like, I'm just saying. I mean,
just saying. You know, I definitely agree with you. It's like, and I don't know.
I'm just saying.
Watch next game. We're gonna see Esmeralda too, and it's gonna win. It's gonna be insane. But I think for this next game, do they go back and ban out the Angela? And I gotta ask, like, why did they let the Angela walk? Is my question. They let it walk and they picked up the Fredrin. What was the deciding factor on that, considering every single team today has banned it out? Every team.
I just can only imagine that they were in the moment and they forgot. But
yeah,
they also have coaches. So I would hope that someone would know.
Well, we
I'm
all
just
know
saying.
just exactly
I
what
called
D'Angelo's
it.
capable of. He did.
Sign me up.
Well, maybe you can manifest another pick. And G, I need you to manifest the Esmeralda into this one, all right? Esmeralda coming here soon for game 2 of the final series of the day, the semifinals for the Phygital Games tournament. This is the Phygital Games number 9. All these teams competing it out, trying to claim that trophy. And we got to see where it goes, right? A lot of amazing regions fighting out here. I mean, we've seen a little bit of Turkey. We've seen a little bit of Saudi Arabia. I mean, what more could you really ask for, right? We've seen Russia. Even this event is in Russia as well. So definitely shout out to everybody in this amazing online and offline event. A little bit of a hybrid in the mix as me and G are casting from 2 different sides of the world. I mean, he's out there in the United States and yep.
And you're out there in the international seas on a cruise ship.
I'm in the Dominican Republic casting out here, so sometimes the Wi-Fi likes to give me issues, and it's a battle of my own. I'm running a best of 3 with my Wi-Fi right now, and I think I might be able to close out this series. But you know,
touche. Watch now. It's gonna be the Ico experience this whole last game. You know.
Oh man. I might just act frozen on purpose, just so I can hear the Ico experience solo cast. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm gonna be looking forward to. I mean, what more could you ask for? But yeah, I mean, it's been a pleasure being able to see these matches. I mean, what would you say was one of the most surprising things that you've seen so far, at least with today's matches?
How long matches are, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, a lot of these teams are kind of, equal, and it's actually interesting to see and to analyze teams that that they're fighting back and forth, and it's war zone at this point. Like they're definitely they're giving wins and losses on both sides, and I mean, finally seeing some best 2 out of 3s come in. So and I mean, if Lilgun wins this one, we'll see another best 2 out of 3 coming in. But I mean, I also enjoy that, Fimp, like I said, in the group stages, lost to Lilgun, a sweep, mind you, and now again they're learning from their mistakes and actually learning the drafts to play a little bit better here.
That's right, and that's what we want to see is teams adapt as they get higher on that ladder, and that's what we're seeing. I mean, it's the same thing for Deus Vult over there. They're definitely adapting as well through the times, but Falcon was able to kind of prevail, and now they're sitting in the grand finalist position, and now the question is between these 2 teams, where are we going to go from here, right? This is match point into the hands of Flux Impunity. If they win this, they move on forward to the grand finals against Falcon Esports, but if they lose, then we get that best of 3, and there may be a chance for Lilgun to turn this back around in their favor. But speaking of the bans, speaking of what's going on right now, we see it on the red side. Don't think we'll ever see it slide it again. Angela has been taken off the board.
Okay, I figured out what their face is. It's a raccoon.
Oh, it is a raccoon.
Yeah, Lilguns are some raccoons. They're little scavengers. Yeah. See what they can pull through here, Again, a lot of mages being banned, a lot of magical comps being banned. I do want to see kind of what Fimp rolls through this time. I don't know if maybe they'll pick some Baxia again, but looking like they're getting rid of the Ling. Joy is also banned, so I'm kind of trying to see what they want to go with. Do they pop out the Uranus? I mean, they have first pick, so to be honest, if I was the coach, I would probably be like, this is what we need to do. Pull out the Uranus, be as annoying and as big as a distraction as you can to control the map. Also give vision. It is a great side laner, but I can always try to manifest an Esmeralda.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm hoping to see, but as likely as it's going to possibly be, probably not. Now, I think it's something that we have been seeing reoccur is the Fredrin being picked up first instead. I mean, there's a lot of games where it's prioed as that first pick position, and it allows that Uranus to get picked up from the red side alongside the Kaja. and maybe that's what we'll see here. Either way, all of them definitely high value targets, as you are going to see that Fanny taken off the board for Lilgun right there, trying to limit the assassin pool. So there's not going to be a Link or a Fanny inside this game. So I'm really expecting the Fredrin to get slotted now, and then maybe just go in for something that can kind of counteract the Uranus, allow the Uranus to walk, because it's just limited on the junglers. I mean, we've seen, what, a Lancelot and a Fredrin. The only other two junglers that we've seen so far today outside of the Fanny and the Link.
And the Basha.
And the Basha. Yep.
So a couple different jungles definitely phasing through here. Again, I mean, they're still on the line of what they want. Our lot's still open, but again, I feel like almost like Uranus is definitely like top pick now. It used to be Valentina, but now Claude and Uranus is definitely taking that top spot. So again, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see, you know, Lilgun picking up a Claude this time around, you know, or again, something that's really good at counter and tanky comps, a carry, as we just seen the Speedy Light will absolutely destroy the enemy's base. So it could be another comp that you possibly go with, but looks like they opt for a Fredrin and a Valentina, still very high picked heroes.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not against it. I would have liked either way that would have kind of went. I mean, if they would have picked up the carry, I'd have been like, okay. Only problem with the carry is if they do pick up the Lolita, then they can definitely block that out. But I still think it would have been okay. That's something I would have been willing to trade for. But with the Valentina picked up, it's going to provide draft pressure, so they're going to have to be very careful on what they select here, right? I mean, you don't have to really worry about the Uranus being a ultimate that you really want to choose. But when it comes to the roamer position, they got to kind of pick their poison, right? If you go in for Lolita or something of that nature, the Valentina is going to profit in that sense. So definitely having to be a little bit more careful on these engagements. But something that can happen, though, for Lilguns with this draft. Ooh, the Fairness being slotted up. I was going to say they could pick up the Franco for Lilguns because they have Group CC already from the Valentina and Zora, and I think it would be okay. But throwing in this Fairness into the mix, it's a lot of sustainability for Fireflux Impunity.
Yeah, but I mean, they also just threw a Fairness into a Valentina. Like, you essentially just nullified yourself. Unless played properly, and Rosa knows how to stay away from the Valentina until someone calls out their ult's been taken, you know? So, again, I think it's going to definitely come down to how the person plays. But we shall see when it comes. Fimp did pick up the carry. I think it's good. I like it. The Cult Altar is definitely going to be able to keep the sustainability on these guys. So they're looking to engage and fight as a team as much as possible with this comp. But the same goes for Lilguns. You know, picking up the Mensa. Now you have a tank that has ults that literally hit a whole area. So again, if played right, can flicker in and cause havoc before you can even pop a Cult Altar. So I think it's all going to be about timing on both sides, both with the Mena and the Cult Altar.
Yeah, and I want to see where this kind of goes. Like, what are you going to slot in against this matchup? I mean, you need somebody. I mean, I guess they could still pick up a Kadita if they really wanted to here. But Rosa, I'm assuming Rosa is going to be the mid lane. Yeah, the mid lane on the Faramis, so they don't really need a mage. They're going to need more of that roamer and that jungler slotted up. So, I mean, Martis is on the table. That's something we see more in North America. I don't know if they're going to really prio that, but the Lancelot is still a viable option. I mean, they could even go for another Ube strat. Maybe slot in something like the Boxy or somebody that has
Hellcurt
CC. Oh, or the Hellcurt, dude.
If you go Hellcurt here, then Mensa isn't gonna know when to ult, especially if you're the one engaging. You know, though the team would be squishy, but then that's what the Cult Altar's for. So not only will the Darkness Fall counter Mensa on him not knowing when to ult, but also will counter Forbid on the Valentina, you know. But again, it could be both sides because the Valentina could steal it. but I would rather her steal the Darkness Falls than a Cult Altar.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I would love to see the Hellcurt slotted here. I mean, we haven't seen it at all today, but we see it all the time in our region. It's been slotted like crazy. But speaking of picks and things that have been more common today, we are going to see the Beatrix as the marksman for Lilgun. It's going to be matched up against this carry. Now, the Beatrix definitely has a little bit more of a variety when it comes to how you can deal damage, right? You can fight from afar, you can fight from a close, you have an AoE, circle damage as well, conal damage from the Mirror's Passion. All of that is bundled up into the package that this Beatrix provides, and it also scales through time. Sunshine at the other end, though, needs to play a little safe, needs to get those core items. That Golden Staff needs to be able to pick up, you know, a lot of attack speed items to be able to burst down the high HP hero pool from Lilguns. You're looking at a Minotaur and also the Fredrin, which is not the worst option, but there it goes. Third time.
Franco.
Third Franco today.
Wow. There wasn't no Francos played in this until we started casting. 2 of them today, and this will be the 3rd. So I think we're manifesting. We're able to get it in here. The Lancelot, quite interesting, you know. I mean, you're able to possibly dodge the Mina ult and a couple other things. Now, I do think Baybex on this Beatrix is also going to be a little bit of a pain. Both, the Beatrix does have a 60% win rate, while Carry has an 80% win rate. So Carry is a little bit more favorable, but I do feel like Beatrix definitely can definitely beat a Carry if played correct. Now, the Carry is built pretty good now because she's going to have 3 tanky heroes. She's going to be dealing with the Arlot, the Fredrin, and the Mina. So I like that. That's something that can shine with Fimp, but I do also like a Lilgun's comp. If the Valentina picks the right ult, be it the Bloody Hunt or the Cult Altar, they'll just have to see how they utilize that and take it to the Land of Dawn.
And I mean, I like the way both of these drafts are going. I wouldn't say it's really, you know, one-sided. I feel like they have answers for both teams. It's just going to boil down to execution. I mean, even with the matchup in the gold lane, like as long as they get their junglers to rotate around, their tank and mages to get there, I think that's what's going to make that difference. But ladies and gentlemen, as we are jumping in to the semifinals, game 2, Flux Impunity versus Team Lilgun in a best of 3. Who will be able to take this series? Flux Impunity 1 game away from winning this series. This is match point for them, but Team Lilgun, they need to get 2 in a row, a reverse sweep. Both of them fighting it out for a spot in the grand finals for the Phygital Games.
Yeah, and I'm kind of taking a look at a lot of the emblems. Nothing's really sticking out to me. It's all pretty much similar. I mean, the killing spree on Lancelot, a little interesting. Also, I'm not gonna lie, the quantum charge on a Fredrin is kind of blowing my mind. Maybe he wants to be able to jungle a lot quicker.
Yeah, that's my thought process behind it. I mean, sometimes we see the Fredrin run like the Tenacity, or even run the Brave Smite, you know, but
Yeah.
I'm wondering which way this is gonna kind of boil down to when it does come to these engagements. He's not going to be as sustainable as we're kind of used to. But speaking of things that are interesting, the audience prediction is out, and 56% are voting for Lilguns to take this.
I mean, it's getting a little bit more towards Fimp, you know. Fimp's kind of being a crowd favorite. Now, if I had to point out some win conditions here, it's definitely that we're going to have to see this Arlot shine out. Again, he's trying to put on a lot of pressure on Alien, probably getting the first blood, but Alien's able to sustain and get out of there with his ultimate. Back to kind of what I was saying, Lilgun's win condition is that they need to utilize this Arlot and this Beatrix. Just the combo, they'll deal enough damage. If Mina is able to get a really, really good ult, then I could see something else. Also, it does look like they're jungling a little bit faster than Flux and Impunity, so Fimp really needs to to focus on the jungle, but I don't think that's going to take a factor until Lance can get a couple items here. So I do think that Lilgun's going to win a little bit more under the early game, but I think Fimp is going to, you know, kind of change a little bit of the tides in the mid game here. And then I think it's anybody's game once we get into the late.
Well, I will say one thing, though. There is a thing floating around. It's called the scaling Franco, right? I mean, if the Franco can hit these iron hooks, then anything is possible. It's definitely going to boil down to his accuracy. But speaking of accuracy, my gosh, a slam dunk! You're going to see Zora put TNZ on the Sprite cam and take him down.
Dude, his knees buckled in. I seen it. Ankle's broken.
I didn't think it was going to do that much damage.
I mean, he's level 6 again. I'm guessing that's what that quantum charge is kind of doing for him, is just giving him that speed and that being able to close that gap when he needs to. Already looking like the team's trying to close the gap. I don't know if you wanted to hook that.
Yeah, but now the Alter being activated for some sustainability. They are far behind enemy lines and are not panicking. Bebex is going to find TNZ, going to deny another slam dunk. You've seen Zora charging up, running down the lane for it, but not going to be able to pick it up. His teammate does get that 2-0 so far for Team Lilgun.
Yeah, it's definitely quite interesting. I mean, they're doing good. But to be honest, Baybex is absolutely destroying this tower, and I think they're going to lose a tower in less than 4 minutes, it seems here. One tower already down at the 4.5 minute mark. That is putting them up a solid 2.3k gold, which is a lead you want to have. And again, if they do not contest this turtle, the lead is just going to keep getting bigger and bigger. Beatrix now being able to roam is also another problem. Again, the Lance really just needs to focus on only jungling, and they need to focus on invading in the enemy jungle and hopefully catching up.
And, you know, Baybex already able to pick up that Blade of Despair under 5 minutes. Able to secure that kill to kind of give him that advantage, and taking that turtle alongside the first turret is huge. It's a boost in the power spike that we're typically used to seeing this early in the game, and now may be able to punish. You are looking at a 4v4 on the top side, though. TNZ being very passive is still inside of that bush. They don't know he's there. He's waiting for Bebex to kind of overextend a little bit more, and wait a minute, Ethan is in the bush as well. This may be an awkward engagement on the way, but here it goes. Bebex is going to take a little bit of damage. TNZ not really hitting that hard yet. I mean, they weren't able to get the farm or the start they wanted, and it's definitely showing. But, yep, Retribution out. You are going to see Clash on the way. The Terrify Forbid is going to find Apex, increasing the kill lead 3-0. Make that 4 as Aizen is going to find TNZ. Make that 5 as they're going to go ahead and take down Rosa. Gets the double. Can they get 6? The slam cam. But Aizen, with the unkillable Uranus, is able to sustain himself.
Yeah, and I mean, Sunshine just doesn't have any abilities to do anything right now, just because the gap in the economy and the EXP lane is just getting bigger and bigger, Wheezy.
That's right, definitely getting bigger and bigger. Forbit is going to find Alien, still fighting it out in the mid lane. Aizen's going to take down Apex, but TNZ is going to find Aizen to respawn. It's going to be a 1-for-2 trade. Lilgun still leading the way. Zora gets a kill. Bebex takes down TNZ. A full wipeout as Forbid finds Rosa. Killing spree activated. And now they will be able to put on pressure to take this mid lane turret. But a little bit of a request for a pause on the way. A 10-1 lead. What a game. And I gotta say,
night mode.
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
In the dark. Coming in from the shadows here. You know, a pause happened.
I think the pause was for G's lights.
It's all right. We were in night mode here, you know. I was kind of just chillaxing and enjoying the darkness, you know. I was trying to make my own darkness falls. And,
I mean, I admire it because honestly, it looked like you're just getting fully immersed into it, right? Like getting even a clearer picture by cutting off all the senses
I was
light from the screen. I mean, that is That is amazing, you know. But you know, let's talk about this game. It's looking like a one-sided story, G. I mean, it's 10-1 so far. They were able to take the first turret in the gold lane. Bebex is on fire, and now it looks like they're gonna go ahead and strip down the turret for the mid lane, the tier 2. Where do we gotta come back at for Flux Impunity? Where did they mess up, and how do they turn this around?
I mean, right now they're in a pretty big hole without a ladder. Right now they're gonna have to, you know, carve some holes in the wall and crawl out. They're pretty deep. We're gonna have to definitely see like maybe a Lord Steal, something. They need to stop engaging and, you know, turn the tides via that, because anything else is gonna be just a little too tough, to be honest. They just don't have the heroes besides the Coulter to be able to have this sustainability. So, well, it's just gonna all be up to that. And I mean, if they can do that and maybe sustain for a while, then they can turn the tides.
Yeah, and that's what we're gonna be kind of looking forward to, finding a way to turn the tide. I mean, if not, this could go 1-1. It could be an early finish, and we'll be getting that game 3 that we were looking for. I mean, this is literally the last fight for today, last series, and also this is a seat to the grand finals, right? I mean, whoever loses here will be dropped down to that 3rd place position to fight it out for that, and whoever wins will be going up against Falcon Esports. But speaking of these two teams and this matchup, we are now back in the land of Dawn. 10-1 lead so far for Team Lilgun.
Exactly, and I mean, we can already see that Lilgun's attempting to take the turtle slain, kind of taking a look at some of the items. We can already see Fredrin's got the Guardian Helm, Bia, Blade of Despair, got the tough boots, so again, countering a lot of the magic damage on the enemy team. So we'll see how it goes. I will say that Arlott has no core item besides Dom Ice, and I mean, that's a great counter against the Uranus. So what I need to see again from Fimp is that they gotta calm down. TNZ is 1-4 in a really rough position, and Sunshine is also 0-1. If Sunshine was 1-0-1, I could definitely see a tide could be going, because they'll continuously build up gold. Though they do have the Lance, so they can split push. But again, this is what happens when you're at a gold deficit. What a hook, though!
Is going to go in for the commitment. Bebex very low. Namir's Passion goes down. But wait a minute, Concealed Play has been called out from Flux Impunity. May be able to draw some blood. Zora is going to find TNZ. Not looking like it's working out the way they planned. They are going to lose their jungler, but Rosa taking some damage to flicker out from Aizen. I don't think he'll be able to escape this one. Final Slash is going to go down to secure that kill. 2 members falling for Flux Impunity. And everybody on Team Lilgun sitting strong. Now it's a 12-1 lead. 9 minutes in.
It does seem like Fimp is in a tough situation. They really don't know what they're doing or what they want to do. Again, Rosa kind of getting caught off all alone. Weird. Not sure why you were that far out of place from your team. But, I mean, Lilgun's just making a pay.
Yeah, now he's talking about being caught all alone. They separate them and beat them down. Apex, very low. Sunshine is going to fall. You're going to go ahead and see Aizen get a kill. It's going to take down Apex. 2 members falling. 4-bit finds Alien. Make that 3. Look at the target prioritization from Lilgun. That was impressive, right? They like split in half right there and just picked off each member individually in groups.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. The carry you seen just doesn't have any damage. Was just throwing like dull kunais at that point. Nothing they could really do against that team comp when it's a 10k gold lead at 10 minutes. Right now, again, like I said, Fimp, they need to listen. If I could be their guardian angel, I would be telling them, calm down. Defense, 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 defense.
That's right. They need to play passive. I mean, with them being down by so much, they only have one option. They have to wait it out. They need to wait until the economy can kind of, you know, even itself out on the board to where they have at least a fighting chance in terms of these engagements with items. I mean, they're down by 10,000 gold. They cannot take these 5v5s outside of their base. They need to use every single resource they have available to them, and that is also meaning stay inside your inhibitor turrets. Let that do the damage when they decide to invade and try and close in. And speaking of closing in, Lord on the bottom side, gonna make his way in to the inhibitor. Not even a Luminous Lord, and already gonna go ahead and open up the base for Flux Impunity. Not the game they anticipated finding themselves in, and now the battle on the way for the siege of the base crystal.
Oh,
you are gonna see the iron hook, the flicker back almost pulls him into the base. That would have been a one-shot. Ethan is gonna find TNZ. The Cold Altar did sustain him though. And you are gonna go ahead and see the final slash go in, catching Eyes and catching Rosa. Another iron hook, pulling them back. Sunshine gonna shut down Zora.
Hooks on
no
hooks
shade
on
for you
hooks.
today. A double kill. Magnetic hooks activated, but Ethan, Forbid,
I mean, I think
and
they're gonna end
Bebex
this.
trying to close it out. They don't have minis. They've trapped themselves.
Oh, why?
A misplay, but Apex by himself. He's trying to want to run away. What is going on right now? This is not the way I anticipated this to play out. He's gonna go in for a conceal play.
He wants it.
He's gonna,
the hook goes wide.
Man, missed by a hair.
Oh man, what a why the conceal play. Oh my god. Attempted to try something, anything. A grass bat air is what Apex is doing here. But to be honest, I had to say that was pretty greedy by Baybex there. Just going all in just to get that kill on the Faramis.
Ooh, speaking of kills, wait a minute. Oh, they almost crashed into the side lane for the counterplay, but they're not going to be able to punish. They need to kind of pull their punches, right? I mean, the economy is slowly starting to work back in their favor. They just need to close that gold lead. It was once 10,000, now it's about 8. If they can play a little bit more passive, they may be able to turn this around, but Baybex having other plans. It's going to shut down Apex 47. I think this is the siege they were looking for. Forbid is going to go ahead and take the inhibitor minions, making their way on the bottom side. They only have one lane to work with. All Fireflex has to do is clear out these minions, and they should be good to go. But here it goes, a possible siege. Cold Altar being activated. They just need to focus on the turret, but the minions are falling. Zora is going to go ahead and take down TNZ, but base crystal, 25%, 5%.
No
minions are in play, and there it goes. Team Lilgun gonna pack a punch, a fast finish to even out this series in the semifinals up against Flux Impunity.
1-1. We do have a 1-1 Fimp versus LG. The series is tied. The next game is gonna be who goes and faces Falcon in the grand finals here. So this is interesting. Again, LG came out hot and ready here and kind of shut down Fimp. It was it definitely didn't seem at all like Fimp had control of the match. Not quite sure what happened, but the tides definitely leaned heavy to Lilgun. Kind of looking at some things, the Franco really didn't pay off here, as well as the Lance. Again, a 1-7-0 Lance. The Minnow, though, 1-0-19. Probably the best tank game I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. That's a lot of assists coming out from him with that Minoan Fury. And like you said, the Franco didn't really have a crucial part in this game. I think this is the first Franco loss that we've seen today. All the other ones led to victory, but you know, when we're kind of sitting back and looking at everything, where did they go wrong? You're looking at 22-5, very fast game, and overall, the most damage dealt into the hands of Forbid, the Valentina, the Mage, over there for Team Lilgun. And they just had everything, right? Even their synchronization as a team when it came to picking off the members of Flux Impunity was impressive. Flux Impunity did make a lot of questionable plays, though. I mean, there's a lot of times where we caught the back line. I mean, Rosa was like way out there by herself at one of those plays and got picked off. And I think that just boils down to, like, you got to have a reason for being that far out there. And is it worth having the potential chance to be picked off, especially as a backline. And now we're here, G. We got what we wanted, right? 1-1 on the scoreboard. Anybody's game for the final match of today. The semifinals is almost over, man. It's almost going to bring some tears to our eyes to be able to see this close out. But we got to get what we wanted, right? We got to see the the Angela slotted in. We got to see 2 best of 3s now. And also, look at the MVP.
Give a big shout out to Ethan from Team Lilgun. The Mensa going 1-0-9. 9% damage, but that doesn't matter. He's a tank. 7,000 gold. Definitely. The 19 assists in such a short time was phenomenal. Definitely, I'd want to have this Mensa on my team.
Yeah, I mean, impressive nonetheless. I mean, he didn't even have that many items. So that's how you know it was a fast finish. I mean, he only had the dominance ice and an immortality.
Yeah.
He was still building up there, you know? It's definitely lets you know they're not wasting any time, and it just goes to show they're focused on the objectives, and they just had it a little bit tighter in their hands, you know? And I feel like moving forward, Fireflux Impunity needs to kind of do the same, right? I mean, game 1 for Fireflux Impunity was impressive. I mean, they did a really good job, but that game, they were all over the place. It kind of felt like they were not moving to the same beat of music. But for Team Lilgun, they found their rhythm. And man, did they start dancing.
Shoot, I don't know. They were rolling. What you mean? Rolling down the hill, snowballing.
Oh, man.
I mean, they showed out. I mean, it was, again, the draft was fantastic. They played it really well. To be honest, I think Lancelot has a really bad win rate at this point. Every time I've seen Lance played, I think it's been an L for the team that's picked Lance. Again, it came down to the draft. A fair miss into a Valentina, you kind of just canceled yourself out, you know? That's kind of, you know? And then you also, Franco, you gave him the bloody hunt. The hooks were a little hard to hit. The team was very elusive. So no plays were really made with the bloody hunts as well. So again, a lot of these things just built on top of each other, and that just allowed Lilgun to continue to go right through that match and take the dub.
Yeah, they definitely had a lot of layers of success in that match, right? It didn't just stem from one source. It was everything that you kind of mentioned right there that worked in their favor. And we got to see how Fireflux responds, right? I mean, this is it. It's make or break, do or die for this final game, and you got to bring your A game. I do know they do have a coach who's been on the scene for about, I want to say 2 years now, a little bit. right, and back in action, ladies and gentlemen, jumping straight into the draft, the semifinals, the final game for today. Phygital Games live, brought to you over there from two amazing casters, G the Ico over on my side. My name's Stephweezy. It's been a pleasure on this journey, and now as we are moving fast through this draft, go ahead, G, you got it, go.
Yeah, you know, little gun's doing good. Pimp's doing good.
That was the fastest first phase of the draft I've ever seen.
One thing that I'm seeing that's quite weird, not gonna lie, if this is actually the real draft, is Lilgun has Adora and Navaria. And I mean, to be honest, Fimp's draft's looking a little bit better just because, I mean, they have their roam, they have a proper roam, they have their mage, they have Uranus, they also have Beatrix. So to be honest, I'm kinda, if I'm seeing right, I'm definitely believing in Fimp's draft right now. I think they might actually all be picked already. Is that 3 mages, bro? What is going on? What a way to end it.
I don't think anybody could disagree with you right there. I mean, I'm definitely going in favor for 5 Flux Impunity on this one, drafting wise, because I'm like, this is a grand final or semifinals. This is your seat to that grand finals position. Are you really gonna risk it all by picking up 3 mages last minute? This is what we call the X factor, and this is not just one X factor. This is a triple X factor, since it is 3 mages picked up. I don't really think it's the right choice, you know, but looking at what they slotted in for the mages, they have the Lunox to be able to deal some burst damage. They have the single target CC and burst potential from Zora, but then they also have Forbid running on this Navaria. Now, all you really need is magic defense. In theory, you should be okay, but as we are jumping into it, it looks like that is going to be the official draft, and this is a first. I've never seen
it changed up. There's a Ling now instead of an Adora.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so we took out the Adora.
Yeah, we're looking good. Without an Adora, I understand this, but a little wild. They're rocking the mage in the gold lane. It can definitely be something, but Team Lilgun versus Fire Flux Impunity, the last match of the day. The winner of this takes the 2nd spot into the grand finals tomorrow. Let's get it, Weezy.
That's right, and they get to face up against Falcon Esports, who's been eagerly waiting to see who their competition will be for that trophy, the 9th Digital Games. And with this best of 3, both these teams already having one win. It's match point, anybody's game. Luckily, that's not a Eudora, because I definitely would have said, oh, this is one-sided. This is going to be a very fast one. But locking in that Ling, he has that split push potential, and he's been one of the more dominant jungles so far in, you know, the tournament. So I got to give credit where it's due. This is going to be the first Martis, though, that we've seen today.
It is. Yeah. They did pull a Martis out on Lilgun in the very first series that they fought in the group stages, and it didn't feat well. So I kind of want to see if they do change the tides here with the Martis in play. It is kind of a good go just because you're going to be able to chase down the Navaria, possibly be able to catch that Ling and rip him off the wall. I mean, there's a lot of aspects that could work here for a Martis. Also, the quick jungle, but you really do have to end this game early, and I don't think I've ever seen Fimp end a game too early.
Whoa. And speaking of anything's early, oh my goodness, the decimation. That's right, it has been drawn up with the assistance of that divine judgment from Apex 47. Turtle did get reset in the process though, and Tenzi gonna get knocked down from Aizen. 2-2-1-3 combination in full effect for this Phygital.
Oh, definitely. Oh, it stole 71% for Lilgun in the audience prediction. Again, I mean, I like both comps right here, but my God, fully diving in Sunshine, almost. Oh, get out of there, Baymax.
Oh, Baymax. What
is going?
Whoa. I'm at a loss for words. I don't even know. How do you even cast that? What an engagement.
The sustainability.
Yo, he almost pulled that off. He took down half the HP right there before falling. But it is now 2-2 on the board, evened up on the score. But neutral objectives have another plan. It's going to go into the hands of Flux Impunity. Rosa going to pick it up.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we're looking at a good match here. Stool, we do see that Fimp is invading a little bit more real-world manipulation.
Does drop down, but Eisen gets to the back line. Cincy is going to go ahead and get a kill. Finds Ethan. Not enough damage yet for Eisen, but it was a good play on how he wrapped around a Rosa to force that manipulation to be canceled out, because he was going to definitely burst her down. You know, we are looking at some of those items kind of picked up as well, and you can definitely tell where this is going, right? I mean, Clock of Destiny picked up for this Lunox, and also it's slowly being built over there for the Navaria.
Yeah, there's not a lot of anti-magic builds for Team Fimp. A little weird. I've seen a couple cloaks, 3 cloaks being bought at the end. That might be the stepping stones into some magical defense, but I mean, they definitely need to do that a little bit earlier. We'll see how it rolls out, as it might be another fight here.
Yeah, another fight may be on the way. Astro Echo goes down. Numi on blast for the stun. No, TNZ is going to use the mortal coils. Can he get out, though? Eisen going to knock him down yet again. Going to go ahead and take down the jungler. Sunshine is going to find Eisen, though, and take him out. 1-for-1 trade on the board. Both junglers falling in this engagement.
Definitely. I mean, if you're going to die, take out the other jungle with you. Eisen kind of on the loss, though, because this is his first death versus Tinzy. This is his second. As a Martis, you do not want to die this many times, though, because you want to really rack up some of the XP and gold in the early stages so you can actually change tides. So some of these deaths are a little pricey for Fimp, and hopefully that doesn't make them pay in the middle game.
Now, correction on my side, it was Phygital who fell. I thought that was Zora. So, no, the jungler still hasn't fallen yet for Team Lilgun. It was Eisen who actually fell, and they took the jungler in the process. So, I mean, overall, I'm still giving that to, you know, the side that didn't lose their jungler, Team Lilgun. And Tinzy is going to go ahead and claim this turtle, able to get the neutral objective. That's 2 turtles so far for Flux Impunity, and already leading by 1,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good lead. I mean, that's what happens when we're able to secure neutral objectives on the normal. Again, it's not too bad. They can make up for this. Now, looking at some more items, again, there's 2 cloaks picking up. Bia opting for the tough boots as well, so has a little bit of magical defense. Again, building a lot of damage here. Might be another fight. Apex, though, is this Kaja, and is something I'd like to see is that they really need to combo that together with Beatrix. You know, get a kill, do something to trap this Lunox. I mean, she is only a mage in the gold lane. You can definitely do something.
And speaking of doing something, can still play on the way.
There it is!
Flickers in, Divine Judgment, Phoenix Rage, and a manipulation. That is all they needed to take down Bapex. A little bit of overkill, in my honest opinion. But I mean, hey, at least you got what you were looking for. And now they're going to go ahead and rotate around. Proxy these minions. They do grab them as well, which means they will be able to take this lane. I mean, Ethan can't even push in. They force him out, and that will be the first turret falling. Really good play from Fimp.
Yeah, Fimp doing really well here. I mean, they did exactly what I wanted them to do. They executed it to the T. Kaja was able to make the Lunox, you know, just punish them, take them down, feed your marksman, and keep that going. You keep that going, and you have a future at possibly being in the grand final slot.
That's right, and that's what both of these teams are working for, trying to claim that last seat in the grand finals, which will be live tomorrow alongside the battle for 3rd place. But who will be able to take it? This is all the way down to the last match in the best of 3 for the semifinals. But look at the finish race dropping down. TNZ is going to find Eisen. And now Zora is going to go ahead and claim the turret. The split push on the bottom side opens up the map, but he will lose the turtle. But overall, I think it's a good trade.
and the top tower. So a little bit of a interesting trade. Might actually lose a tier 2 here as well. They're pushing pretty hard, and it does look like it. So they lost the turtle and 2 towers. So I mean, that's a rough trade, to be honest. If they lost the mid turret, it would be even rougher. It does seem like Fimp has the fire in them to be able to take this, but they do have to watch out. If they wait and this game goes too long, that's when the Lunox, Baybex, and Forbid is going to scale here, as well as the Ling. Quite a few of them haven't died. Forbid hasn't died, as well as Zara has not died as well. So, I mean, if they can definitely scale, they can make the comeback. But the Divine Judgment,
you are going to see that manipulation drop down, and Ethan will fall into the hands of Sunshine. And now a siege for the turret in the mid lane. They are going to be able to open that up in their favor. The map is definitely bleeding red so far. Fireflux Impunity looking strong for the first 10 minutes of this game, leading by 4 kills and up by 4,000 gold.
Definitely. Again, their win condition at this point is just continue the pressure, make plays. Do not let them breathe. If you let them breathe, it's going to be bad for it. Apex kind of a little slow to the engage there, but gets a Divine Judgment.
It does go down, tips the blaze as well. The double kill, Zora takes down Apex. Numion Blast for the stun, but Zora finds Sunshine, gets a triple. A Maniac is gonna find Rosa TNZ all by himself. They want the Savage. There goes the slow with the Astro Echo, and Zora hungry for the kill. Not gonna be able to pull it off though. Look at the mortal coils provided over there by Martis. Gonna clear out those minions, which means they can't push in this turret.
This is how comebacks happen. Again, like I said, Pimp now let Little Gun breathe, and that is the worst thing they could have done. Now, Lord goes to Little Gun, and now it is their time to clear up the battlefield here. The Land of Dawn, tier 1 towers are probably gonna fall unless Pimp can mount up an impeccable defense.
That's right. I mean, but we know they need to kind of play safe, play passively. Once we get to this 10-minute mark, it comes to grouping up as a collective and not being that individual that can get picked off with the solo plays. And that's a start, right? I mean, even though they're able to match up the kills in the economy, it's definitely gonna smell trouble if they fall to the same mistakes that we've seen in the early games. So having the slightest advantage now may be able to be what they needed to turn this around. But look at the battle on the bottom side. The Lord making his way up the lane, trying to claim the tier 2 turret. But looks like there is going to be a slight contest. No, they're going to go ahead and let that turret fall into the hands for Team Lilgun. And that will give them a little bit more pressure on this map. This is an even game.
I mean, they're definitely holding their own here. But I do think the towers are constantly falling the gold lead. Oh my god. I mean, that was a good kill on Phygital.
Yeah, now TNZ may find the same fate. Zora is going to go ahead and take him down. Baybex finds a turret. Numion Blast drops down. Slam, dunk, Sprite Cam in the making. They are going to go ahead and find TNZ and Rosa, but Alien oh yeah, that would have been the highlight of the day. If they would have been able to get that snipe
in
off.
slow-mo.
But you are going to go ahead and see Zora and the rest of the team, Lilgun, push up these turrets.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Little Gun is definitely changing the tide in their favor. It's not too far into the late game, but it is getting into the early late game. Kind of looking at some items. Ling is online at this point. Navaria definitely getting there, has the damage potential and the time with the clock, as well with the Lunox. Now, Beatrix does have the Wind of Nature. I'm a little confused at it, to be honest. Maybe they just bought it just because they want to maybe counter the Ling and the Phygital, but you're also not facing another marksman at this point. Interesting pick. Maybe could have went with some more sustainability, but I like it. I mean, go for it. 4-2. You do you.
You do you, boo. I'm gonna go ahead and see Sunshine. I do think it was for that Ling, but speaking of Ling, TNZ, Sunshine takes him down. And now Ethan trying to get away, but the Brilliance activated onto the backline. Baybex with the Ruby DD is going to go ahead and take down Sunshine. Baybex will fall to TNZ, but finds Apex before being slain. A double kill from TNZ. Finds Forbin, a triple. Takes Ethan, a full linebacker on the chase. Eisen left alone, trying to run for dear life. Is going to have to allow them to take this Lord. Is not in a position to contest.
Comeback after comeback. If they can kill this Lord in time, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2, 1. Ling is spawning. I think they're going to be able to secure this Lord with no problem. Did attempt to possibly make it, but this is the time to shine. You know, Fimp had a little bit of a trouble. They let Team Lilgun breathe a little bit too much, and they took advantage of that, almost getting team wiped, and all of their towers almost gone. They need to utilize this Lord and to breach into their tower. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Luminous Lord, so this is the time you want to be able to push.
That's right. I mean, this is a game that you can't really predict which way it's going to go, and I love to see it being on the edge of our seats, figuring out who's going to claim that remaining spot inside of the grand finals, and any mistake could be costly. 14 minutes in as the respawn timers are getting only higher and higher, and the stakes are rising. But look at the minions on the bottom side. Looks like Zora is going to go in for the contest. Is that the right decision? Is going to have to use that Tempest Ablaze to get out of there, and down goes the turret. Manipulation falling. Rosa possibly picking up the kill. Does find Ethan, who did try and rush in to the backline. It will be bursted out. The Lord is still in play, though, making his way into the inhibitor for the top lane. Is going to crash into it. They will be able to possibly open up the base, but no, the denial. He will be bursted down at the gates. Rosa will go ahead and find the tier 2 turret for the mid lane, leaving only the inhibitors for Team Lilgun, and make that 2 as the bottom one does fall. Astro Echo going down is going to increase the hit markers and slow down the entire team of Fire, Flux, Impunity, but I think they got what they came for. Do they stay and try and push for more turrets, or do they disengage and live to fight another fight?
I think they're gonna disengage. I mean, at this point, you've cracked into the base. You're already in a little bit more of a lead, but Ling wanting to full 5-man fight.
He really wanted that purple buff. He was not letting that go. He forces the conceal play out. They're trying to get away, but Sunshine switching weapon types is gonna go back in. Has the Bennett's Rage. Will possibly drop it down. Watch out for the marksman, but the backline play. Brilliance activated from Baybex. The stun, the kill. Immortality being proc. Manipulation drops down from Rosa. The battle in the mid lane between two great, glorious teams. But Ling on the top side, trying to split push, trying to take the advantage. This is why we give G the credit. He was also running the cameras back in NACT, so he's all over the map. Definitely doesn't miss the mark, and I love it. We almost seen the Ling on the split push right there, and that would have been a crucial play. And that's what he provides, the mobility.
Yeah, he really wanted that right there, and I thought he was gonna, you know, get a little bit of a split push, but it's okay. There was a lot of utility utilized on pushing Fimp right there. Now the sprint's down by Aizen, as well as the flicker by Ethan. So possibly they could contest this here, this Lord take, but it's going down so fast.
It is going down fast. Zora is going to hit the Retribution just in time, secure that for Team Lilgun, but now picks up a kill, finds Sunshine, Tempest Blade drops down, Tenzi falls as well, double kill over there for Zora, the Master Assassin in the making. Mimi on blast for the slow, and the stun connects, but it is going to catch Alien. He will be able to sustain himself. Luminous Lord marching down the mid lane.
This is rough for Fimp. They've lost their MM. They do have Rosa, though, one of the best mages to defend a base that is in this game, the Yeve. Real-world manipulation is already utilized, though. It is up now.
Whoa.
What are they gonna do? We need a full defense.
Full defense on the way. Astro Echo does connect, hitting all 3 members, though. They don't have everybody to defend as they're slowly spawning back in. The inhibitor falls for the mid lane. Alien very low, caught in the manipulation. Immortality has been proc. Numion Blast winding up for the stun. Suppresses one. Gets Rosa. Forbid is going to go ahead and take down Alien. Look at the base crystal. Taking some damage, but the Lord has been bursted out. The battle on the way, forcing Team Lilgun out of the base. Do they pull their punches? Aizen very low, does not want to engage here. The inhibitor falls for the bottom side, completely vulnerable to seize the space crystal. Aizen won't pull out though. He's gonna still try and take this fight.
They just don't have a traditional marksman.
Yeah, they are lacking their marksman, you know, and that's definitely gonna make it hard for the push potential, and they're gonna be able to fend them off.
They are in another real world manipulation.
He's gonna drop down, Astro Echo down, but the Neon Blast, the play they were looking for. A slight mistake, a glitch in the Matrix. Zora is gonna take down Rosa. Make that another as Apex Immortality has been procced. Sunshine very low, Forbid gets a snipe, takes him down. Point blank range. Zora in for the kill, gets a double, finds Apex. Alien left on a planet all by himself. Experiment 626. Babex is gonna take him down. TNC trying to fend them off, trying to stop the inevitable, and the base crystal will fall. My goodness,
God.
what a showing. What a finish. A very close call. Who would have thought it would have played out this way in this amazing best of 3, but only one team was able to kind of move forward. You can just look at them so far. Look at the hype. Look at Team Lilgun just ready to move on to the grand finals.
He's like, let me put my shoes on, bro. Hey, Lilgun definitely showed out. The new guys in the field taking the win here. Again, the Ling 9-2-6, definitely deserving the MVP. It was just an absolute, look at that, 17,000 gold just everywhere. And again, Fimp, they did so well, but they just weren't able to stop that final push by Lilgun.
Yeah, not able to seal the deal, and a very close game. I mean, it was back and forth, and it was the series that we were looking for, right? We don't like seeing one-sided stories. MVP from both teams, Rosa and also Zora, both just dominating with a quick fashion, but the overall damage with the Forbid with that 33%, leading the way on the scoreboard with this Navaria, and it was that double mage composition. I guess it's a good thing we didn't see that Eudora that we thought got slotted in, because I think we would have had a totally different outcome in this amazing series, but looks like they were able to close it out, and definitely something to celebrate today, as they're one step closer to possibly being the grand finalists or the champions, but they have one more step to go before they can claim that. They got to take down Falcon Esports.
Falcon Esports is their next stepping stone. Lilgun, can they do it? It's all up to them now, but big round of applause for Fimp. They're going to be going to the third place bracket and facing DV, and they're to see who places third as well tomorrow. So again, great games. Fimp gave it their all, man, and I gotta, again, GG's. You guys did your best, and just keep it up.
That's right. I mean, that's what we want to see, guys. Definitely keep the grind going. Hopefully, you know, tomorrow we'll have even more of an insane matchup. And I don't know, this is gonna be a hard one to top, man. A best of 3 and all the way down to the wire, neck and neck. I mean, what more could you ask for? But it's been an amazing experience casting alongside you, G. It's definitely been a pleasure. Me and him go way far back. Definitely more future events, you know, down the line that we can collaborate on together. I'll definitely see you soon too. So
yeah,
it'll be a fun time. So guys, yeah, hopefully you enjoyed our casting today. You know, we're both from North America. We kind of represent that scene. But speaking of representing, MVP.
Whoa.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Whoa, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be a Ling. Went 9-2-6, 23% damage, 17,000 gold. Zara, definitely a monster here. Controlled the field. Tempest of blades everywhere. Congrats. Enjoy the MVP.
Enjoy the MVP. I was to say, I never thought I'd see a Eurodora building a Berserker Spirit.
That is an attack speed Adora.
Oh man.
What a retreat.
And a jungler, and it's a jungler.
Okay.
No, that was nonetheless, that was definitely well deserved, and he did a great job. I mean, the split pushing, the objectives, like you mentioned, the Temps of Blades, the micro, the macro. What more could you ask for? Great achievement for the most valuable player for Team Lilgun.
Exactly. Definitely killed it. I mean, I've seen it. The Lord takes the plays. MVP, well deserved. And I mean, again, now they're going to be moving on to the grand finals, which is, I mean, another title. Now they just have to work on facing Falcon, learning their abilities. But like we were saying earlier, the character that was supposed to be on the image was definitely supposed to be Ling, not Adora. So again, big shout out to the MVP.
But if you guys do want to try out the Adora with the attack items, you're definitely more than welcome to.
Don't influence them. But yeah, I think we'll be moving on to tomorrow's. Tomorrow's going to be, we're going to be looking at Falcon versus Lilgun. And I think probably the third place, they're probably going to do the third place bracket first. So it'll probably be, who are they again? I forgot. Weezy, you take over.
for the you talking about for the lower bracket?
Yeah.
It'll be fun. I mean, it'll be Deus Volts will be going up in there. Gee, just put me on the spot trying to think of all of mine. It'll be Deus Volts for sure jumping in there. They took down Team Hack, so yeah, that was the first one, and then also able to see Flux Impunity, so that'll be fun.
Teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work.
I had to think. I had to dig deep for that one. But yeah, I mean, that's gonna pretty much, kind of seal the deal on today. It's been an amazing casting experience. Got to go through 4 series today, the quarterfinals and the semifinals for the Phygital Games number 9. And tomorrow is going to get even hotter with the competition.
100%. I mean, competition tomorrow is going to be crazy. I was wondering what we were just changing to, but I guess nothing. Back to us, Weezy.
G? No. Well, guys, in other news, hopefully you guys enjoyed the Ico and the Weezy experience. The collaboration, 2 brothers from the Midwest getting down in the land of Dawn for the better good.
Yeah. Catch us on our social medias, G the Ico, everywhere. You know what it is. I'm on YouTube live streaming. I'm an esports caster for North America alongside Stephweezy.
That's right. Stephweezy on YouTube and all social medias as well.
But
before we send you guys off, let's go ahead and give you an update on the schedule. This is going to be for tomorrow, the 23rd of July, day 4, third place and the finals. Starting at 1500 UTC plus 3, Deus Vult up against Flux Impunity for the third place match. That's what we're going to start off with. And then right after, what we've all been waiting for, the grand finalists fighting it out in the finals at 1650 UTC plus 3. Falcon Esports going head to head against Team Lilgun.
Definitely going to be a crazy day. Guess who's going to be there? Stephweezy. Maybe.
That's right. As long as I beat my internet tonight in a best of 7, then I think I'll be fine. But they tried to get a sweep on me earlier, but I think we might have figured it out. Hopefully it works out. So, yeah, guys, it's been fun. Thank you so much for everything. Shout out to Phygital Games for giving us the opportunity to cast G. Again, it's been a pleasure casting alongside you as well. And hopefully you can catch tomorrow's games, and I hope to see you in the future. We'll be in NACT together, so he'll be working on a lot of amazing things over there, and I'll be casting alongside him on that. So this is gonna close out everything, guys. It's been Weezy and G the Ico, Phygital Games Day 3. See you guys next time for the grand finals and the battle for third place. See ya.
GG's.
Это Phygital игры в Казани.
Пока моменты гранд-финала и второй карты Mobile Legends своим там была действительно борьба.
February 2024. Russia presents, for the first time in history, an innovative international sporting event, Games of the Future. A cross-border tournament that combines physical and digital dimensions, bringing together sports, esports, and advanced technologies. Teams from every corner of the world will gather to compete across physical and digital challenges, each seeking glory and the chance to take home a portion of the impressive prize pool. Established by presidential decree and supported by top government officials the world over, this is the birth of the sporting future. For the first time, the physical and digital worlds will be woven together to create a new era of digital sports. With one core mission, the promotion and development of a well-balanced individual. Digital gameplay enhanced by the energy of the crowd. You no longer need to choose between a ball or a gamepad. Here, the winners are crowned by achieving the best overall score across both traditional sports and digital gameplay. Games of the Future consists of 5 tournament clusters called Challenges. Sports Challenge, combining a selection of traditional sports disciplines with their video game counterparts, featuring Phygital knockout competitions where athletes must show their hybrid skills across both the digital and physical fields to play. Tactical Challenge, a contest in which athletes must demonstrate their team gameplay in tactical combat esports and show off their physical skills in a modern laser tag competition. Battle Challenge, an array of esports teams compete in popular strategy games, all hoping for a place in the giant live stadium final. Speedrun Challenge, pitting competitors against one another in a classic speedrun video game, as well as a real-world obstacle course. Technical Challenge. Athletes compete across an array of high-tech device-led sports, including robot battles, drone racing, cyber-athletics, and virtual reality games. This groundbreaking first-of-its-kind sports event will unite competitors and fans, offer up a new generation of sporting heroes, and provide an entirely new, emotionally driven audience experience. Millions of people around the world will become a part of Games of the Future movement by following live streams across digital and streaming platforms and attending live events. The inaugural Games of the Future will be held in February 2024. The host of the first games, Kazan, will greet thousands of athletes and teams from more than 100 countries. The taste of victory. New sporting heroes. Boundless emotion. And open to every country of the world. By uniting sports and technology, we unite the world. Games of the Future. Made in Russia for generations to come.